Hey, we are just getting the stragglers in. All right, so if you are back online, I hope you are. Very, very warm welcome. You probably didn't have as nice a lunch as we did. I found that lunch very delicious. I particularly found the desserts very delicious and had to restrain myself because I did 3 and I felt that was sufficient. Who did more than 3 desserts? It's quite hard not to, wasn't it? Yeah. Okay, so that does not mean you are allowed to fall asleep because your big sugar hit crashes. No. We have lots more juicy content to come. You have to stay listening, okay? I'm looking at you, sir. No going horizontal. All right, so a very, very warm welcome back here. Here we are for those of you joining online right now. I think that would be strange, but you might be. Here we are at the Palace of the Academies in Brussels. This is the 3rd edition of the Digital Ocean Forum, and I'm your moderator. I'm still called Katrina Sickle, and I will take us through to the end of the day. And you can already see the title of this next part of the event. We're looking at the wider community vision for the European Digital Twin Ocean, okay? Now, we've already talked about all of that, this ecosystem of interoperable twins that are all together supporting some of those big flagship policies and initiatives that are out there. I mean, EU ones, EU Green Deal, the Mission Ocean, but of course, also the UN's 2030 agenda. Now, we've got 3 sessions. Again, they're all very different. We commence with a keynote, so I'd like to ask you first, I didn't ask, please check you didn't for some obscure reason put your phone off silent, make sure it's on silent, that's the first thing. And then with your other hand tapping your head in applause, can you give a very warm welcome, please, to our first speaker who comes from DG Connect, so Communications, Networks, Content and Technology. He's a director, and his particular area of specialism is digital excellence and science infrastructure, and actually all that is Destination Earth, or bits of Destination Earth, otherwise that sounds tremendously grandiose, do actually come under him. So he's a good speaker to address us in the opening. Warm welcome, please, to Gustav Kalber. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to have the opening of the afternoon session. And it's actually quite a pleasant coincidence that 3 days ago we launched officially the first services of Destination Earth initiative, and now with Destination Ocean. So it's very fortunate that this is happening now. I will give you some general overviews of Destination Earth, how it's linked with Destination Ocean, and what we can build from that in the future. But first, if we could please play the short video that we have brought with us. hope you had from the video a good appreciation what Destination Earth will allow us to do, and what it is ultimately to provide us is a digital replica of our planet. I mean, it's still some way to go, but on Monday we launched the first digital twins under Destination Earth for extreme weather events and for climate modeling to predict the long-term evolution of our weather and climate within the next decades. Just to exemplify how powerful this tool now is, where before you had the resolution, a grid of about 100 kilometers, which would mean Belgium would be 2 dots on your map, we're now down to 5 kilometers, which is, I could call it the Brussels quarter. So really very good resolution. It also allowed us to have very high precision climate modeling up to 2040, which is beyond what we could do now. And these are just the first examples of digital twins that are enabled and will be enabled in the future by the Destination Earth program, the infrastructure that is behind it. And we're quite happy to know that Destination Ocean has been working in close cooperation with Destination Earth, like other initiatives for digital twins, for biodiversity, smart cities, and so on, that will ultimately be brought together, will take advantage, will profit from the infrastructure, from the services that were established via Destination Earth to really have a unique set of tools, of digital tools for all purposes, including for evidence-based policy making. Now, Destination Earth and Destination Ocean are really two flagship initiatives of the European Union, really bringing together a number of assets, a number of strengths that we have in the Union. One is, of course, the excellences of our scientists. I mean, this we don't have to repeat. But then not to be overlooked is the impressive amount of data that is available and will be even easier accessible in the future with the constant build-up and making accessible the data spaces that we have in the Union. Destination Earth was launched officially with the first service 2 days ago, but this is not ending there. We will now, in the second phase and beyond, take advantage of further digital advancements to improve not only the individual digital twins, but really bring together the various digital twins to have at the end the replica of the Earth. So just to mention artificial intelligence, the large language models, which has suddenly become so popular since a year when we got the big breakthrough. So we're now looking at how can we take advantage of those large AI models to further increase the performance, to have further services building on initiatives like Destination Earth or Digital Twin of the Ocean. Last but not least, to run this type of services, to have these ultra highly resolution models, all these advanced services, you need massive amounts of computing power. And again, here in Europe, we have a unique position with EuroHPC. We have created, in just 5 years, a world-leading public infrastructure of supercomputers, accessible to the wider audience, scientists, industry, and so on, but which is one of the key factors necessary to run this type of exercises with a vast amount of data, including AI. And you have seen in the video before, EuroHPC, that's the infrastructure for supercomputing that is so unique in the world and which led last year to our Commission President, Ms. von der Leyen, to make this announcement about the AI innovation package, saying we have this computing power, we have the data, we have the talents, we have the excellence. Let's bring everything together to realize visions like the ones we're talking about today that will have a positive impact, a measurable impact on our citizens, but also on us as a community. So in the future, of course, we're looking very keen to see the Destination Ocean, so this digital twin of the ocean, to be integrated into the Destination Earth, because if we want to move even further down in resolution, coming from 5 kilometers to 500 meters, we have to include the models, the digital twin, the data that is coming from this initiative, from your communities, to achieve our aims, to have then, in a couple of years, a simulator of our planet where we can play with and do the what-if scenarios, see how a certain event could be a natural event, could also be a man-made event, how this will affect our climate, how this will affect the quality of life in our cities, how this has an impact on the energy production from renewables, and so on. So with this, I would really like to congratulate you all for this extremely impressive result that you have obtained with the digital twin of the ocean, but also looking forward on the nice things that will come afterwards. Thank you for your attention.
Just while I have you here momentarily, because it was a question that came in our first panel, and I'm not sure. First of all, what I didn't say, Mayor, thank you for stepping in, because you did step in there for Deputy Director Skorodas. So thank you very much for that. Very impressive to say, listen, already we can do this climate modelling up to 2040. So absolutely clear what's bubbling under. You said there's a lot to come. Now, the budget for that was a lot bigger than the budget for this, right? Quite a whopping different budget. And you have said, yes, please, let's use this information. Will it be also the reverse? Can the EU DTO also expect to be able to tap into the resources of Destination Earth for their own initiatives?
Absolutely, and that's where the difference of the budgets are coming from. I mean, with Destination Earth, we have set up the infrastructure, I mean, the clouds, the data storage, adapting the models to the supercomputers. So that's, at the end, which would be the common engine for a lot of digital twins. So the key message here is that with Destination Earth will facilitate and will enable the integration of not only the data of the digital twin of the ocean, but will also allow to run models that are, let's say, unique or indigenous to this initiative, run them on the Destination Earth infrastructure, making use of the AI models, making use of the supercomputing power, and having access to additional data that is not ocean data, but could be other satellite data from Copernicus, or could be results of other simulations that can be integrated into this digital twin.
I think that's comforting. I think that's reassuring to hear. And of course, as you well know, in this community, better than anyone, that's critical, because what happens on land also impacts massively what's happening in our waters. So thank you for that. And thank you again for stepping in. A pleasure to meet you, and warm thanks to our opening speakers.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Good luck. My last words were congratulations and good luck, because there is still much to be done. All right, but very exciting. I hope that answers for those of you who had posed the question about how some of these, big projects, these big platforms fit together. I hope that gives you a little bit more reassurance on how it all knits together. We're going to turn our attention now momentarily to projects that fall under other European programs or instruments that aren't yet connected to the DTO, but they recognize the value in being connected and thus will be connected. So there are 3 pitches on current digital twin developments. Here we go, you have the title there. And these 3 initiatives were selected through a call for expression of interest. I would like to ask the 3 speakers to join me on stage together and then give you the floor individually. Dr. Michael Vustukas, I hope I have adequately well pronounced your name. Please come and sit in. Also, Thomas Dabrowski, where are you? Thomas, nice to see you. And Emma Reyes, where are you? A warm welcome. And now that they are all on stage, thank you. You can give them a warm welcome. All right. So, just a couple of words, and please feel free in 2 sentences to fill in the gaps. Here I have on my left a coastal oceanographer, so formerly at NATO Underwater Research Centre, so that was Italy, Ifremer. In France, the Commission's Joint Research Centre. So you've been everywhere and everywhere, anywhere and everywhere, almost. Since 2013, around that, developing tools and methodologies really to assess climate change impacts along both European and global coastlines. So what are you going to share with us today? What's the title of your presentation?
I'm going to present our work that we're doing on climate change impacts of adaptation, assessing for policy support.
Okay, also for adaptation to rising seas.
Yes.
And just, if I may say, when, again, I was speaking with the community from JPI Oceans a couple of days ago, this proved to be of huge interest to policymakers comparing how they approach the
Yeah, I was also involved in the report also. It was a huge effort with a lot of colleagues, and there was, yes.
Okay, so you want to stand over here?
Yeah.
Wherever you like, in fact. You have a mic, be free.
Well, I need a pointer, which...
Should be there. Yeah.
This one.
No, it's the big green one. The big at the top, that's it.
Okay, so first of all, thank you very much, Kathleen, because you are managing extremely well. I mean, it's impressive. So the topic we are dealing is climate change impacts, rising seas, coastal floods, and how to adapt. So the work is done under the European Commission. So I'm going to say the key words because we have been repeated. Sea level rise, 4 millimeters per year. We expect the floods to increase in the future. In the JRC, for policy support, our DGs wanted to know what will be the future impacts of climate change, what will be the economic costs, the number of people affected, and also the adaptation solutions. So we developed a framework which we call large-scale coastal assessment tool, and it's an offline, let's say, digital twin, in a sense, of the system, the physical and the socioeconomic system. We start with socioeconomic drivers, which affect our land use, exposure, critical infrastructure, population. This is under the umbrella of exposure. Each of these assets has a different vulnerability to flooding. From the physical side, we have the climate and the weather, which will affect several processes that can be tropical cyclones, waves, storm surge. We have the tide, which is an astronomical phenomenon. We expect sea level rise, which is already happening. All this combined, it's simulated with a set of models, and we end up to have information near the coast about the hazard, which can be flooding or erosion. The three of them combined, according to the IPCC framework, they will give us impacts, which can be economic damages, can be number of people affected, it can be kilometers of electricity lines, power plants, etc. Now, we know what are the impacts for specific scenarios. We put adaptation on the mix, and then we have a dynamic and iterative process where we see how these adaptation interventions can affect the impacts, and then we have this, what we call least cost. So we have several papers, we contribute to IPCC, etc. Here I'm showing an example of work that we did for DG Klima under the Bezeta project. It's an infographic we created, so you can see two worlds. On the left, we have a business as usual scenario, no climate policy. We expect the economic losses to increase 170 times compared to the present, and the number of people affected to increase by 22 times compared to the present. So we project around more than 2 million people exposed every year and 239 billion of economic losses. On the right side, we have a world where we have climate policies. So already mitigation is expected to help us avoid almost half of all these impacts. If on top of that, we put adaptation, and then we did the cost-benefit analysis on adaptation, and we see where is economically beneficial to intervene, we see that by intervening in this manner, we reduce the economic losses by 95%, and we end up with 73% of fewer people exposed. So the benefits of joining the platform is transparency, reproducibility, easier access to end users, and resource optimization. So this work has a big, huge socioeconomic impact. Apart from the Commission, which is interested for that, governments want to know what are the future impacts, there are insurance companies, local communities. The thing is that now everybody is running his own framework. It's not the best very often. People produce different results, but it's not clear what are the models, if there are any mistakes in the methodology, if the data are the best. So the digital twin, it can help us solve this problem. And I think I made it on time. No? Thank you very much.
Come sit. I love the way you were talking about this kind of very high-level, impactful, sobering topic, and then without a heartbeat, you said, I think I made it on time.
Yeah, because everybody has his own personal drama, no? It's to be on time.
Ah, that's your own personal, yeah, it doesn't matter about climate change. Being on time is the most important.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you. Please do take a seat. I actually just, it was interesting because I didn't moderate per se. I was Master of Ceremonies for the EU Climate Adaptation Mission, the event that took place some few weeks ago. And I think what was very prominent there was that you know, adaptation is now gaining more, it's become more in the spotlight, but perhaps from the point of view of the public consciousness, there's still some way to go. No, there's lots of talk with mitigation, as there should be, but the adaptation perhaps, and it should be, the two should be hand in hand.
Yeah.
Does that resonate for you?
Well, it's clear that adaptation is the holy grail. I mean, for us scientists, we do the modeling stuff, but the society wants to know about adaptation. The problem with adaptation is that while mitigation is a global action, adaptation has to be planned locally, taking care of local priorities, what are the culture, and also the risk consciousness of each community. So it has to be done locally, so it's more tricky.
Yeah, and of course you emphasised there, which was very helpful, aside from sort of transparency, there's this issue of reproducibility. So it's that learning, it's that knowledge sharing exchange, which is absolutely critical. There are specificities everywhere, but there are overlaps where you can get that information.
Yeah, because it's very difficult. Scientists put a lot of work to develop, let's say, a framework, but maybe they use the older version of a data set, and it's a huge amount of work to reproduce it.
Yeah.
And the resources are always limited, but if you have one platform where you can have always the latest data, and it's clear what has been done, this is a game changer.
Okay, that can save time, sweat, blood and tears, I think we can safely say. All right, so we have here Tomasz Dabrowski, who's a team leader of ocean modelling at the Marine Institute in Ireland. So that's your real area of expertise. In fact, you're in charge of the ocean modelling service for the Irish government, is that?
That's right, I am, yes.
Yeah, so there's a hell of a lot there, operational forecasting, modelling, scientific research, but all of that developing services which really do support the policy, the decision-making and the development of the solution. So you're talking about what with us? What are you covering?
I'd like to present the service we are developing to support oyster aquaculture and biodiversity restoration in Galway Bay.
Perfect. Please do.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And it's the big green button right at the top there. Okay, thank you.
This one. Okay, hello. My name is Tomasz Dabrowski. I work with the Marine Institute in Ireland. I'd like to tell you today about the service we are developing with a company from Spain, Now Systems, the service that supports oyster aquaculture and biodiversity restoration through monitoring of water quality. So Galway Bay is located on the midwest coast of Ireland. It's influenced by tides, winds, and freshwater inputs. You can see the freshwater inputs marked on the map, and these inputs are highly variable, and they can alter conditions in the bay quite significantly, quite rapidly as well. So the service aims to support sustainable aquaculture. It aims to support restoration of native oysters. Native oysters were once abundant in the bay, but they declined due to several factors. And the service also supports policy development and policy implementation. At the core of the service lies a really detailed model of Galway Bay. We are zooming into Galway Bay all the way from the global ocean, from the global Copernicus model, in order to see things better locally. Oyster aquaculture is mostly located in the southeast of the bay, in the area marked on the map, and it remains under a strong influence of freshwater. As you can see on the map, all the blue colors on the map are low salinities that pose threats to oysters, they increase mortalities, which means less production and which therefore impacts on the livelihoods of the farmers. So how is the information provided to the end users? We have a platform that is called NAWI, which looks like that. It's a web platform. All the locations on the map were selected by the end users, and it's a mix of aquaculture sites, Water Framework Directive monitoring sites, outfall locations, beaches, and other locations. So on the left, the user can switch on and off to display temperature, salinity, and currents at those discrete points. So when the user selects one of the locations, a synopsis like this comes up, which gives an overview of the 3-day forecast, the conditions that can be expected over the next 3 days. The users can switch between surface and seafloor values, and we give warnings as well to the users. So the green color here means conditions will be perfectly normal for the time of the year. Yellow colors would mean there is a slight concern, and red colors means that conditions are really bad for oysters. The users can also view real-time data from observational platforms, and they can also view climatic information. We have pre-cooked about 3,000 maps from a 10-year model run, summarizing average conditions in the bay, extreme conditions, percentiles, things like that. It's a very valuable information for the end users. For example, when they look at the forecasts, they can see if there is an upcoming heat wave or abnormally high temperatures or abnormally low salinities. They can take actions to protect some of the stocks. Also, when they look at the climatic views, they can see which sites in the bay are best for future farming, which sites in the bay are best for reintroduction of native oysters. So we are in the process of integrating with the European digital twin of the ocean, which will enable us to deliver the service faster to the end users, more efficiently. And it will also enable us to expand the service geographically, for example, nationwide. And this is of high interest in Ireland, and I'm sure of high interest across the EU as well. So the service was co-developed with a close collaboration with the end users. And they are at the moment Q&BO, which is a local environmental NGO operating around Galway Bay, oyster farmers in Galway Bay, and also the National Environmental Protection Agency, who are interested in this service from the policy perspective. And just to finish off, I would like to acknowledge 3 funding streams. The Four Coast Horizon 2020 project funded the development of Galway Bay model. Irish government funds the ongoing operations of the model, and the Copernicus Marine Service funded development of the actual service within the framework of Biodiver Coast project. Thank you.
Fascinating. Great. We need that here. Thank you so much. And just a quick question. I know I'm not supposed to gather questions because of time, but it's difficult just to have people present and not just have a moment with them. But you said there right at the end that you've got those end users, you know, right at the start of the project, and you gave the examples. I'm just curious. So what was, you know, I mean, obviously you are integrating into something, as you said there, faster with more geographical breadth. But what was the, I don't know, what were some of the anecdotes? What are the feelings of those users at the start? What are the comments about?
They are very excited. They are very interested, engaged. You would have seen this in the video as well earlier today. Dermot Kelly is one of our oyster farmers working with us very closely on this. He's very excited. He's interested in science, and he can express, and other users as well, can express quite accurately what they need from the service. So this service is very largely driven by the end user requirements, very well presented and very well put forward.
Yeah. And it really is a way of bringing those different communities together. I get asked, you know, that's the question that arises at so many events, is how do you get the scientists into the field? You know, how do you get that? So this really is a way of bringing, you know, all of those very, very relevant people with all of their brains and experience into the same place. Thank you. Super fascinating. Super fascinating. Emma Reyes. So here we are. She is the head of the SOCIP. research area, the Balearic Islands Coastal Ocean Observing and Forecasting System. So it's a marine research infrastructure. It's included in the Spanish large-scale infrastructures network since 2013, and it's very much, it's a multi-platform ocean observing system, got streams of data and forecasting services, not just from the coast, but also all the way to the open oceans. So this is very much your baby. You're a physical oceanographer, and you're going to talk about early warning system for meteo tsunamis in the Western Mediterranean. What was the starting point for this? What was being seen that this came to life?
Well, the starting point, good afternoon, everyone. The starting point was the need, because we are suffering the flooding right now,
Yes.
not caused by meteo tsunamis, but in the Menorca Islands, they are suffering the floodings almost every summer. Around.
Okay. All right.
So we were also, we have a start from the need of the users and start building on top of that.
Perfect. Can I offer you the lecture?
Sure.
Yeah, because it will be easier for you to be hands-free. And again, it's the big, sometimes even people miss it, it's the big button at the top.
Yeah, thank you.
All right.
I think so. So, ladies and gentlemen, what if we could predict the most destructive ocean events, helping us to prepare and to protect our infrastructure and even lives? What if we could see the future of our marine ecosystems under the threat of the climate change, allowing us to understand and also mitigate the impacts in the marine protected areas? What if we could simulate the impact of extreme storms in different climate change scenarios before they strike, empowering the coastal communities to proactively address the challenges of a changing climate? Those are the questions that are being addressed by the 3 digital twin of the ocean prototypes that AUSIP is developing for the European digital twin of the ocean. And today, we will focus on one of those prototypes, which is an early warning system that can predict extreme sea level oscillations in the Ciudadela harbor in Menorca Island. So imagine a silent surge of water, a sudden powerful waves that engulf the coastline and the harbors, driven not by earthquakes, but by change in air pressure. So meteo tsunamis are really powerful events that can cause devastating coastal damage, making the accurate forecasting and the early warning system crucial for the public safety. So they occur not only in Ciudadela Harbor, but in many other places of the world, like in the Mediterranean and the Adriatic Sea. So the meteo tsunamis are threatening the coastal communities in the Balearic Islands. And this prototype provides early warnings, empowering the Ports IB and other public authorities to proactively protect the lives and the properties. By managing the meteo tsunami risk, these tools enhance the community resilience against this kind of natural hazards. So this digital twin of the ocean prototype is a symphony of orchestrated data from a vast network of sensors between tide gauges, barometers, high-resolution weather and ocean models. And this complex interplay of data that comes from the public infrastructure provided by the European digital twin of the ocean and complementary databases is the one that allows us to predict meteo tsunamis before they happen. Imagine a peaceful harbor suddenly hit by giant waves, not for earthquakes, but for changes in the air pressure. First, a weather disturbance creates the sea level fluctuation deep in the ocean. Second, these fluctuations grows as they enter in the Menorca Channel. And finally, in the narrow Ciudadela harbor, a final crescendo. So the sea level fluctuation gets much bigger due to resonant effects, reaching up to 4 meters high within a matter of minutes. So understanding this 3-stage play and how these sea level fluctuations are formed is key to protecting the coastal areas. So this prototype uses the power of the advanced high-resolution weather and ocean models to predict this complex dance between the air and the sea, aiming to provide a critical early warning. So this prototype is a powerful tool that predicts dangerous sea level fluctuations caused by meta-tsunamis, and advanced weather and ocean models to predict within 49 hours horizon, pinpointing when and where the sea level fluctuation may strike. So it's running twice a day, and the prototype continuously monitors the potential threats, improving our understanding with each one of the simulations. And this information can help the coastal communities to get ready, react quickly, and stay safe. The DTO applications offer great value by enhancing safety with early warning systems for meta-tsunamis and flooding emergencies, assessing and mitigating the coastal and risk and climate-related hazards, and innovating in forecasting extreme sea level fluctuations caused by meta-tsunamis. So I think we now are ready to invest in a future in Europe where the innovation fuels the resilience, the data turn into action, and the technology empowers the communities to address the complex socioeconomic and environmental challenges. So thank you very much for your attention.
And brava for the timing. Look, mine, you were perfect. Wow, you're spot on. Just to try and tie in what we heard quite a bit already, we heard from our opening speaker, from Flanders, we've heard from further speakers this issue about, empowering, informing, meeting the needs of, and forecasting the needs of communities at large. To date, when these communities are hit with this, do you have any information on their responses? Do they think local government, national government is doing enough? How do they, thus far, leaving this aside, what do they feel is there to support them? Do they feel supported?
Indeed, this prototype is also supporting the official alarm system, which is managed by our National Meteorological Institute in Spain. And we are working with the public authorities and the ports IB, which are in Ciudadela Harbor. They are using also the warning system in their viewers. Okay. And they are also integrating the data, our data, the one that SOTHIP is providing. And they are also have their own sensors in the area. So
this is a complementarity, and this
exactly.
is a boosting.
So it's a matter of collaboration with the end users, which are also ports IB. Well, they are the intermediate users. The final users are the people that are receiving the alerts in order to take out the boats as soon as the meta-tsunami or risaga, as it is called in Menorca, is coming.
Thank you so much. Just to make sure you're with us and you haven't slumped from the sugar consumption, let's just see, for whom does, I'm not saying the performance, because you all perform beautifully, but which resonated most for you in terms of your area of work, or which captivated you? So let's have a look. Was it the prediction and adaptation to rising seas and climate change? Don't forget we had that, we had the oysters, and we've got this early warning system. So for whom did that particularly resonate, the prediction and adaptation to rising seas? Raise your hand. Okay. Where are the oyster fans in the house? All right. And for whom that early warning system for the meteo tsunamis? Okay, but really interesting session, no? Good pictures. Yeah? Okay, can we give them a warm round of applause, please? Thank you so much. You may take your seats. All right, thank you. Now, this bit of the day, we're keeping it a bit shorter for you in terms of content before we give you another break before we move into the last part of the day. So here we are about to enter the second of our 3 panel discussions, okay? And it's featuring representatives of national and international initiatives. And as you see from the title here that's on screen, it's all about how to ensure an ecosystem of interoperable twins. So with 4 speakers, we are really going to reflect upon how to ensure, how to optimize interoperability across different systems to realize the full potential of the EU DTO, but of course, similar platforms. And what we have asked the speakers is to keep things as, not dumbed down, but as accessible and not too, let's not drop down a labyrinth, a technical labyrinth, all right? So let's speak and communicate in a way that you can all go and tell your grandmothers or your neighbors when you finish this event. So please, can you come and join me on stage? Evangelos Spirakos, welcome to you. Please ascend. Ludovic Abspel. Come here. Pierluigi Buttiga. I never asked how to pronounce your surname. Pierluigi, you've got to do it yourself. I'm really sorry. Just a moment. How do you pronounce your surname?
Buttigieg. Not like the senator does, that's wrong.
Buttigieg.
Yes, Buttigieg, it's Maltese.
Thank you very much. And Lumasson. Where is Lumasson? There you are. So here we have everybody here. As before, I personally think that the speakers of the first panel, of which there were 5, set the bar beautifully high in terms of being concise. So I will ask you for that same kindness and respect. Evangelos Spirakos,
Yes.
Associate Professor in Biological and Environmental Sciences at the University of Stirling and an important actor in the DAWS project. Just say 3 or 4 words about what you do in your day job. Just that at this point.
Yes, so I'm a professor in Earth observation, so I use satellites. I develop methods from satellite data to create water-relevant products. But I'm very passionate about, although my face maybe doesn't show it, I'm very passionate about using this satellite data in policy to assess intervention methods and also in capacity building in developing countries. How developing countries can fully exploit the plethora of data and products offered by satellites.
Thank you very much. Let me turn to Ludovic.
And sorry.
Oh, go on.
And I'm here representing the DOORS project that I'm going to talk about later.
Thank you very much. Okay, Ludovic. Oh, you have a companion.
You told me to get a prop.
I did tell you to bring
This
a prop.
is Philomena.
And everybody's bringing a smaller doudou, as they say in French, a little cuddly toy prop. We haven't quite gone beyond that, but I love that.
Philomena the girl.
Keep it away from me, because I swear to God I will take it otherwise. Really. Ludovic is Senior Policy Advisor for European Integrated Maritime Policy, including Ocean Governance and MSP at the Dutch Coordinating Ministry for the North Sea. What do you do in your day job, briefly?
Give advice on how to actually get towards net zero, net gain. So, achieving biodiversity in the light of climate change and getting the transition towards a sustainable blue economy with a dominant view on losing the carbons in our economic system.
And what's your one ingredient for getting people to absorb that good advice? How do you get good advice across?
One is storytelling, and that's why Philomena is here with me.
What's his name?
Philomena. It's a Spanish name, but it's a girl. And in the past, we started to do research into lesser black-backed gulls to know where are these birds at sea, because we didn't know. Now we know, and they feed predominantly on landfills. And we know that some of them go to sea, some of them breed, some of them don't. We know not much more about it. So if we could model it and showcase and have the birds talk to us where they are and what they're doing out at sea, that would make life much more easy.
Okay. Have you ever seen a bird in a roll neck jumper?
Well, this one has.
Okay. Good answer. Oh, good answer. Okay. Pierluigi, it was quite difficult to know how to introduce you to link all of these different things together. The UN Ocean Decade, the Ocean Data and Information System. You're an expert and chair of the technical working group of the Ocean Info Hub project. So do you want to just say just briefly in a few sentences about yourself and the Ocean Info Hub project?
Yeah, sure. So I work at the Alfred Wegener Institute in Germany, and I work on several Horizon projects, as many of us here do, Marco Polo and BioOcean 5D and World Fair. And my collaboration with IODE, as part of IOC UNESCO and Ocean Info Hub and OTIS and the Ocean Decade, is to build digital supply chains to make sure that all of our outputs from these projects can be seen and detected by international systems. So through Ocean Info Hub and Otis, we've been federating global systems from the small island developing states in the Pacific, Latin America, Australia, the UK, EMODNet also is plugged in. And we're just making sure that we have the foundation that that scaling out that we heard so much about today and yesterday is possible efficiently over the web.
Thank you. Lumasson, Grand Port Maritime de Bordeaux, so particularly involved in jumeaux numériques du fleuve. So you can say a little bit about that in a moment. So you're a European Affairs Project Manager, so you are also very much implicated in European projects and initiatives and collaborations, and also involved in the digital twins of the river projects. You're here in that capacity, and I think responsible in that. Nice job for fostering this collaboration, this engagement with the stakeholders. Just say a couple more words about yourself. Thank you.
You basically told everything I wanted to say. But yeah, I work at the Grand Port Maritime de Bordeaux, and so I'm deeply involved with the GNDF. So in French, it's Jumeaux numériques du fleuve, and in English, it's Digital Twin of the River. And so I think the name quite speaks for itself, but basically it's a digital replica of the Gironde estuary, along with its associated tools for simulation.
I was drinking water as you were talking about water. Thank you very much. A kind reminder, when you put a question in Slido, please do keep it very, very concise. Can we just see a poll just before you start? All right. So, making sure you are awake, alert and with us, please use your thumbs or whichever other digits are available. And can we input into this poll? The question of this poll is, why do software engineers bring ladders to interoperability meetings? And that sounds like it needs two drums and a cymbal at the end of whatever. Ba-boom, tsh. So, is it to impress everyone with their elevated ideas? Is it to debug the cloud? Is it to climb over the data silos? Or is it to reach the high-level APIs? Everyone knows what an API is? I've got to confess I had to look at it again. Do you know what an API is? Well, one person nodding doesn't help me very much. Is there a resounding yes in the room? No. Go on, what's an API, Pierluigi?
All right, so API, Application Programming Interface. We have the application layer, which is things like your word processors or software that you use. And if you want machines to talk to each other directly, you wouldn't go through a user interface, you go to a machine-to-machine interface. Often APIs can fill this role.
Voilà. Well, they were all picking that, even though they didn't know what on earth it meant. They were catching up when you were explaining. All right. What would you say? What would your answer have been?
The first one.
First one? Yeah? Oh, no,
No
sorry.
clue.
Okay,
No,
maybe
no,
that's
no,
not, yeah.
no clue.
Yeah,
No clue.
I would go with the second one, though. I mean, interoperability is all about breaking silos. APIs are one way to do it, but there are many.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Well, I'm going to stay with you momentarily, if I may. And you knew this question was coming to you. Interoperability, very broad, complex, sounds complex, might not be complex for those who are working in it, and technical. Just in a few accessible sentences, build on what you've already unpacked. And again, three fundamentals that have to be got right in terms of ensuring interoperability with this EU DTO and all of those other
So first, it's often complex to implement, but the principle is very simple. Interoperability means the ability to work together, right? If things work together, they interoperate. So I don't have a prop, but I have a smartphone because I'm a data person, and I'm sending Louis a text message. Did you get it, Louis? Yeah, you got it.
He's in
Yeah.
the third row there.
There
He's
he is.
waving
Okay,
his
so-
phone.
Okay, you got it. So that's actually a PID for this chrysanthemum. I gave it a digital ID. I can't help it. But that is interoperation. I have a Samsung phone. Louis has an Apple iPhone for reasons I don't understand. But those two different devices made from companies in different countries are able to interoperate because there are agreed norms about how information is transmitted over the web. And the idea of that chrysanthemum was generated by servers somewhere over an iNaturalist, which used ML algorithms to identify it. All of those things interoperated, and we don't even notice. And that's the goal of it. We agree to work together. Now, in terms of like implementation, like what 3 things do we need for this kind of interoperability for digital twins?
Can I just check, can you hear at the back? Is that close enough to his? Yep, perfect,
Okay,
sorry.
kind of
Go
louder,
for it.
softer?
Yep, go for it.
Okay. Yeah, so it's very similar to these smartphones. If this was Edito and Louis' phone was Destiny, right? The first principle is to make sure that the interoperability is verifiable. Interoperability means nothing unless interoperation is actually happening. And if it's implemented well, you can check all the time that it's up and running, that things are talking to each other. Secondly, when you're deploying this, you have to make sure that the engineers are leading this. I mean, we work, in this case, in this community, it's very research-oriented, and that's great. We need that for innovation, we need that for advancements. But when it comes to building the infrastructure, and I think Edito has shown this quite well, it's an engineering problem that's been solved with robust solutions, talking to clouds, APIs, etc. So that's the second principle. The third principle, on top of that verification, is to make sure that communities are working in a spirit of multilateralism, right? So it's not a technical thing, it's a social thing. We all have to have a shared vision. We all need a sort of way to be able to expect that whatever we give into a federated interoperable system will come back and bring us benefits, so diffuse reciprocity in political terms. And then we need a mechanism to resolve conflicts and disputes, right? Ideally regionally neutral for international functioning over UN Ocean Decade or so, because there will be conflicts, like I use this standard and you use that one, what do we do? And when we have those 3 elements, then we can have sustained long-term interoperability with the right social structures behind the technical stuff to make it last.
Very interesting. For whom is that the first time that they've heard that link between the social aspects, in a way, coming before the technical aspects? For whom is that the first time? Or no? Okay. Not sure there. That's interesting. How many beers did you drink last night to not be sure, she says. No. Okay. I mean, for me, I find that, I mean, it's not surprising to hear, but I find it very interesting. That seems very logical. Okay, let's circle back. Let's come to doors, very much focusing on the Black Sea. Very much, you know, the work that you do aims to make this marine data, you know, accessible. And if it's accessible, it engages stakeholders, which is critical, and thus supports the blue economy in the area. Is there one particular example about how advanced digital applications can support that and can support the policy making in the area that is bringing that added value to those communities?
Yeah, thank you. It's a very, very good question. I will start from the fact that in Doors for the Black Sea, we've built this, we call it system of systems, so SOS. And this is, if I need to describe it, this one with one sentence, it's one-stop shop, where we've brought standardized data and model outputs to one place. It's not a digital twin. It's to refer to the previous panel. It might be, it has blocking components, it has built-in blocks for a digital twin. It is a stepping stone towards one, but it's not. It's this system of systems that brings data into a portal, into a smart, intuitive portal that is being used for policy making, to support policy making for blue growth and align as well with the blue growth and Green Deal. We have a couple of examples because we are working a lot with the stakeholders in the area. In the project, we have partners from Romania, Bulgaria, Ukraine, Georgia, Turkey, but also outside the Black Sea, like Greece, Spain, UK, Ireland, Eurogoose as well is a partner in there. And we really talk to the users. And
can you give an example? Could you share one example?
Yes, I can.
So we can.
I can share. We have created what's called the multi-actor forums, or fora in Latin. So in this one, we have, for example, the Burgas harbor port in Bulgaria. We talked there with the authorities, with the municipalities, with the harbor, with the port authorities, and with the tourist sector in the area. And we co-developed, we co-created with them an example in our platform where they can view the data that they wanted. They have the forecasting that helps them with the day-to-day operations. And this is something that we co-created from the beginning. But also you have unexpected factors, no? Expect a little bit unexpected. And I will take you 1 year back from now. We had the destruction of the Kakhovka dam in Ukraine. So we responded to that. So we had this massive impact on the society there, but also the environmental impact on remobilizing sediments from the river, the flooding, and also what it was brought in the Black Sea. We worked, an important component as well of those is the capacity building and training. So we worked with our colleagues in Ukraine. We developed models. We worked on the models, on the satellite data to assess the impact that the destruction there of the dam had on the environment. And this is, it was not planned. It was not from the beginning. No, it was something that it came.
Because you were able to offer, because you were able to do that. And
yes.
Here was this incredible environmental,
yes.
well, environmental disaster. I mean, an orchestrated environmental disaster. But yes, okay. Can I stop you there? Or
yes.
You need, and I'd come back to you.
Okay.
And absolutely, because I was the master of ceremonies at Green Week a couple of weeks ago, which the focus was water, and we had the Minister of the Environment from the Ukraine, and that was what he focused on. And there was, again, a video that was incredibly moving, because obviously, as you all know, they are cataloguing all of the ecocide, all of those activities that are taking place. And it was just staggering, the amount of water that was, I mean, I can't remember now the volume, but it was absolutely gobsmacking. So yes, great. You must have been very delighted that you could be practically involved in that.
Yeah, and also working with our colleagues from Odessa State Environment University, and we host them as well. They came to the UK for a few weeks and had like a summer course as well, working on the data they had collected after the event.
Thank you very much. Let me turn to, well, I'll leave you out of it. I'll actually turn to Filomena. But I'll turn to you first. So, public authority, commission the creation of an advanced digital application, obviously to support decision-making process, particularly regarding marine spatial planning in the North Sea. 2 or 3 contributions of that application to your work, just to be specific.
Actually, it started out by realizing that all of us have the power to compute with our brain. So, hearing the stories about what happens in Galway or the Galway hooker, the boat which is there, hearing about the challenge of decarbonizing the sea to minimize deoxination effects, we can all propel the future in our brain, building on stories of others. What is hard to do, apparently, is to build up a joint decision-making system where we can actually see what's happening under a changing environment, and we being active in the sea and whilst living on the land. So in 2010, when I started, I saw a little picture of an aquarium called the Atlas of the Seas, and I said, hey, that's something we need. Then I can pick on all these things, and then I know what type of gull this is, and they can tell me the story. How does the system operate? How does the marine ecosystem work? And what happens when we start doing things, new or old, and how does it turn over in time? And what should we do at this moment to get to the future we want? So that's where I started prototyping a digital twin. We called it the Maritime Spatial Planning Challenge. And in the end of the day, I would, with my minister, love to go to our parliament and show holograms and say, hey, this is what's happening there. You know, I can take you to the port and you can see a vessel, but we can also just like let it show in the room like here and relate to what's out there. Because I think this is the most challenging thing that we not always perceive in the decision-making process. What's it like to be at sea? So talking to our stakeholders who can inform us, on wave conditions, on what's happening underwater, how do we alter ecosystems, how do all ecosystems change under warming water. This is vital to know, because otherwise you don't get informed decisions. And science can inform just so much, but the power of visualization and having direct feedback from your planning decisions in a joint setting is important. And one thing challenging for us around the North Seas is that we all speak different languages. Around the North Sea alone, we have 9 languages, and we need to have Latin. And then we have the languages of computers. Apparently they can talk to one another, so I'm really happy about that. But we need to come to a common ground, make the coherent decisions together, and that's where digital twinning and visualization come into play.
Yeah, really interesting. And all the time, funnily enough, just it's not a direct link, but when you were talking, I think it was the previous speaker, I mean, there's always this talk, or there is a lot of conversation or awareness of it in the EU about, you know, just trying to reduce this disconnect for those who are, you know, the urban dwellers from, you know, from the sea. But also I had that, I was really, the statistic that we had 40% of the EU population lives within 100 kilometers of the coast. So there is that interest. You said there, you know, there is direct feedback, and particularly in the North Sea. I mean, geez, the planning is critical, right? I mean, the multi-use is staggering. And
it's critical, yes, because we've seen about sea level rise. So if we want to protect ourselves, we need sand to put it on the dune system. Where to get it? If the sea is full of cables. Besides, we have cables for data communication. We have cables for electricity. We have pipelines for gas or hydrogen. So yeah, it's multifaceted. It's about not even just like the water layers. It's about the air above it. It's about the soil beneath it. But the ocean starts in the mountains, so let's not make it too difficult to reach out to others. One of my prime colleagues in the council working party are the Austrians. They also eat fish, you know. This is one interacted system, so we should not leave out that fact. And social cost benefit analysis and safety of shipping models connecting with what we are planning at sea, they're all vital. And then we can also start building perhaps these wooden wind turbines, for which we need some wood, but then save the sea, because no nanoplastics will end up in the sea if we put wooden wind turbines there. So it's very simple, but model it, show it, develop it, innovate.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I think that's important to underscore. The feedback is direct. You get this direct feedback that can feed into planning decisions, and that's coming from those decisions or those questions that are on the table. So, Lou, in your work, utilising digital twins, utilising advanced digital applications, maybe just a few insights on how the European work on interoperability has benefited the applications that you are utilising. God, interoperability, I always say, Jesus, don't say it when you're drunk.
It's a hard word to say.
Don't say it when you're drunk. It's the most difficult word.
I have done saying it even when I'm not drunk. It's very hard.
Just don't say it any time, even when you're sober. Okay, so, yeah, tell us a little bit more. How does the European work impact and benefit you?
I would like to highlight 2 key elements. So first, I would like to talk about Copernicus, which have been very helpful for us and our work. Because they provided us with extensive satellite data that covers a wide range of environmental parameters such as tide, salinity, temperature. So overall, all the physical-chemical parameters of the oceans. And so this data includes both real-time data as well as historical observations. And so I will say that Copernicus have saved us money and time. Money, why? Because we were able to work without having to buy like numerous sensors along the estuary, because we could just gather the data that already existed. And time, because we were able to develop the project in only 6 months. And we actually have right now tools that can work because of European initiatives such as Copernicus, which have been very helpful. And so, yeah, that's it. And the second point will be the harmonizations of that data and of the protocols across Europe. So it means that the data collected whether it be from different countries, from different regions, or from different sensors, can easily be integrated, used in our models. And so with this Harmonix data, our partners have been able to create like a more dynamic and a more comprehensive models of the estuary.
Thank you. Let me just hold that thought. Let me just check in with the audience. Is there anything, I won't take, there's nothing for Slido, but is there anybody who has a comment or a question, brief one from the floor at this stage? Or are you happy to listen? Is this not your area of expertise? So you're good in listening mode. Anybody, before we move on, want to comment or chip in or ask a question? Yeah, Pierre-Luigi, you want to come in, and then also Ludovic.
But I think the interventions that we just heard, it's also showing the sort of hidden value of the digital twinning drive. It's sort of like what's happening now in Edito, the infrastructure building, that's actually the gold, because digital twins make those different communities work together and interoperate, right? The modelers, the observation communities, the socioeconomic communities, digital architects. Often, previously, we could always do those things in isolation and create bilateral relationships to collaborate for a given project. But now with this vision, we need the sustained integration, sustained interoperation of different parts that are excellent in their own ways. And in a sense, it's a streamlining of European capacity focused in on making sure that everyone has a niche in the digital ecosystem and is sharing services or data or whatever they do best, and not duplicating. So yes, it saves a lot of money, certainly, but it also saves a lot of carbon, because the compute is also extremely carbon intensive. So it's getting even more with the LLMs and the AI processing. There was a calculation of how many tomatoes you could grow with the heat generated from Lumi and other systems. It's staggering, and we need to optimize, and that's the hidden value here. The digital twin is helping us as humans rally around a concept that is wanted by many.
And just before I turn to you, Ludovic, if there is an obstacle to interoperability, because there are so many parties, it's not just, you talked about the engineers, are they reading it? That's critical. So the engineers, but they are but one part. If there was an obstacle within this kind of multidisciplinary community that needs to be in place to ensure maximum interoperability, what just briefly could be improved in that arena?
I think there are many, but at the heart of it, it's economics, right? So we need incentivization of those communities who are not building twins, but are supplying data, products, services, or software that are used by end products like twins, application layer things. We need to distribute some of this resourcing so they don't feel left out and disincentivized. Then they will work with you, and they will work together, and they will interoperate.
Okay. Interesting. Somebody just put, you obviously didn't do your job with the chrysanthemum. How do you define interoperability is the question that's come in on Slido. So I think somebody was not listening.
It's okay. I can do it again. So again, I always say it's working together. Right now, all of us are complex systems. We all have brains. We have a psychological twin of what's happening in physical reality around us. We have agreed on English as an information transfer medium. Therefore, the words that we're saying, the images that we're seeing, are aligning all of our thoughts. So we're interoperating through that information exchange. We're working together to think about one problem in this room with diversity, but by and large, we're working together.
Okay. Ludovic, before I come, and Eni, and then I'm conscious we have about 12 minutes to just go through. I'd like to pose another question to each of you. Yes.
Thank you, Kate. Yes, because I'm so happy with another twin. I have actually a twin brother who is in Monaco on a super yacht, always telling me stuff about what's it being at sea and whether you see moonfish or flying fish and these type of things. It's wonderful to have somebody out there at sea, but to be connected to the land.
Yes.
It's a very important thing. If we look at possibilities of doing the sustainable blue economy, we need to know what type of effects are of new activities. So we need to run strategic environmental impact assessments over time. Yeah. So I need to know what's coming off the land and what's coming through the rivers, whether it be nutrients, healthy nutrients for seaweed cultivation, and then I have to compute it. What if I do something here? If I grow back oyster reefs, do they have enough nutrients to grow when I'm also trying to do some aquaculture over there? And these are very simple things, but often now studied in silos, and I think the digital twin, as the core business, the core infrastructure now stands, are going to help us to connect. The models need to be connected. And there are so many models. I thought we just had a sea. I think for the Dutch part alone, we have like 200 models for parts of the sea, whether it be the coastal river, whether it be further out. And then say, yeah, well, we need to have these models also relate to one another. Yeah. I say, yeah, okay, but you're the technicians, but this is where we want to go, so let's work on it together. That's the beauty there.
Yeah, thank you. And I will just again echo, did you want to butt in here, or you're waiting, or we're okay? Just again, it echoes again what did come up at the JPI Oceans event a couple of days ago, was the issue that there was this kind of feeling that in terms from the scientific, the research community, there was certainly that increasing kind of cognizance that, yes, of course, it relates to the land, and that is such a vital relationship, but in the policy-making sphere, that was kind of yet to come, and there was still quite siloed, across the two. But let's use the time we have well. Good, thus far?
No, I would just echo that the river inputs are very important. We see that with my other hat now in Danubius RI, when we see river sea systems. It's not only, it's called Danubius, but it's not only about the Danube, it's about river sea systems in Europe. We see the importance of connecting this and looking the water as a continuum, looking like from the, I mentioned that yesterday, from the catchment to the river, to the lake, to the estuary, to the sea.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I will jump back to you, if I may, Pierluigi, and look at, so picking up, we looked at interoperability. Please, nobody else ask him to define it. I'm sure he'll come up with another explanation, but I feel he's probably covered it, or anyone else. So, global interoperability, you touched there on the importance of making sure that all those potential or existing data providers are also taken well into consideration, that there's a feedback, so they understand that they're also beneficiaries of that. But what do you think, to ensure this global interoperability, what are the best frameworks? What's the best way on the international stage to kind of make sure it functions well?
It sort of goes back to that first check. We actually have to do continuous reporting that things are interoperating, right? Not that we claim they're interoperable without that. And we have this quaint little thing called the UN Ocean Decade, and within that, there are these global programs like DITTO, the Digital Twins of the Ocean, and Ocean Data 2030, run by IODE, and these are doing exactly that. They're trying to bring in the regions. It could be Latin American twins, European twins, the Chinese twins, bringing them into a neutral forum, so a regionally neutral forum, to actually say, look, this is what we're doing, how do we talk to you? And then verify that we can actually do that. Within DITTO, many of the people in the room are also involved in a project called Turtle, which is dedicated to digital twin interoperation, right? So that's, DITTO is already involved, GTO Bioflow, I believe, is involved also. Lots of European presence, and we're trying to get more global twins involved in Turtle, so we can actually do it, right? Again, let the engineers try to do it, build up from there, and then eventually, once we know what the ocean case looks like and we get our house in order, we talk to the other twinning standards organizations in ISO, in the industrial sector, and see how we can merge and splice into their frameworks once we have a better understanding of our own domain.
And just an important, which I hadn't raised before, but in all of this, in ensuring interoperability, going back to what you said about, we've got all these cables under the sea, there is going to be an increasing issue of security. Do we have the skill set there? This is in this digital transformation, which is, hurtling along at an incredible pace. You've got these amazing platforms. They need to speak to each other. Is the skill set, the digital skill set there in place to really exploit them and make,
Yes, I mean, it is. This is not a new problem. Biomedical sector has secure data computes, data enclaves, which is like a data lake, but secure. All the pieces are there. I mean, in a way, we're fulfilling the vision, the original vision of the web as we start interoperating. But what's not so set up is, again, making sure that those people who can help us have a career path in ocean sciences that's sufficiently rewarded to compete with private sector, to compete with others who can capture that talent. We either need a very clear cause, or we have to come up with a reasonable financing scheme that can support them.
Okay, thank you. Let me jump to you, Evangelos. Yeah, again, you know, if you had to articulate and explain, I don't know, to a mate who doesn't even work in this domain, in the pub or the brasserie, how the larger framework of this, you know, DTO core infrastructure can really advance your work in the Black Sea, what would you pick?
Yeah, that's, I would start from saying that our current work, what we did with the SOS, with the system of system, really created an appetite for more.
Okay.
And this more is a digital twin for the Black Sea, for the Black Sea. We engage, as I said earlier, a lot with the stakeholders because there was some initial hesitation. Some stakeholders hesitated in adapting new practices or looking like data in the way they haven't seen before, or developing their own capacities to do that. But once we showed that what we have works, like we validated a lot of the model outputs, we used existing data where these were meeting the demands, where the demand was a little bit different than what the existing data were offering. We were developing tailored products for these cases. Once was this said, they recognized the value of a digital twin of the Black Sea. And what we'll offer, and working together with the DTO, working together with other projects in the Black Sea, we can reach that to have like more creative solutions and this collective action. A digital twin of the Black Sea will really transform the way how we conceptualize the Black Sea. How we interact with the virtual space. And something as well that we saw is this digital twin will really resolve multiple objectives. We have the climate adaptation, and then we have objectives from the blue economy. And sometimes these objectives can be conflicting. No? We need to adapt the climate, but we also need to grow investment and grow the blue economy. And this safe, let's call it virtual space that the digital twin can offer can really resolve these conflicting objectives.
That's very interesting. Very, very interesting. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Very interesting point. Let me turn to Lou, just because I haven't turned to you for a while, and I'd like to bring you into this. So, end-user applications, we've had a look at those, and that's very key. One of the goals, obviously, of the digital twin of the ocean, facilitate the development of those end-user applications that are really going to support, you know, the sustainable development of the blue economy. Are there any core aspects from the point of view of, I don't know, interoperability applications that you think are critical to achieving this?
Yeah, I will start with an element which is not related to interoperability, but actually it's quite important. It will be the
Can you hear at the back?
Just you can hear me?
Yeah, can
closer.
You hold it a little
Okay.
bit and perhaps project a little more?
Okay.
Thank you, just a little bit, thank you.
So yeah, the very important element to keep in mind is the collaboration between the different stakeholders. And when I speak about the stakeholders, I mean the governments, the universities, the industries, the local communities, and I think it's vital. So the key term here will be transversality. And for example, within the GNDF, we regularly organize like workshop, I will say, and to keep just the community where are involved a lot of stakeholders. We keep them updated from the new advancements, and we also address the new challenges that we face, and we gather the new ideas and their recommendations. So just it's to explain that this collaboration is to make sure that the applications are relevant, that they are user-friendly, and that they effectively address the needs of the community. And the second element, maybe more in relations to interoperability, will be the promotion of open source and of a collaborative environment. So the act of creating a shared environment where stakeholders can access data and digital models according to their needs, I think it's vital. And so this is what we have in the GNDF. We have a common environment to host our data and digital models. And so the user can easily copy the model they want, modify whatever they want, and run the simulation. And so it's very simple, accessible, and collaborative. And the third aspect, maybe it's a step forward, but if we want to make sure that all the stakeholders have a voice in how data and tools are managed and utilized, we need to maybe, the idea will be to create a governance model that allows for shared decision making and resource management. And so to ensure that the benefits of interoperability and data are maximized and that the tools developed are used effectively, leading to a bluer economy.
Interesting. For whom would that resonate? That could be very useful to have a governance model, you know, for shared decision making, particularly in interoperability. You did not hesitate to put your hand up there. Anybody? Well, there we go. You need, yeah. I mean, yeah. Also for you, Ludwig. Yes, I'm not surprised with Pierre Luigi. Okay. All right. Right. In the closing minutes, let me come because I don't see anything on Slido. I'm still leaving it open to the room, but so here we go. You share your application. So the public infrastructure of the DTO allows you to share your application with other interested users, but also upgrade it with other data. So it could be the socio-economic data we spoke about or others. What do you need from the EU DTO? What do you need from its infrastructure if you were to really kind of explore its full potential, specifically in the decision-making process? What would you ask for?
Don't know yet. We need to test it. One of the challenges, we started an initiative together with the French and all the other North Seas countries. We call it Greater North Seas Basin Initiative. So the first challenge is to connect the models existing for the various sea areas there. So the North Sea, the Channel, the Irish Sea, the Irish waters up north towards the Kattegat, Skagerrak in Sweden. All various submodels for food web systems. So connect that, then put together 300 gigawatts of offshore wind, biodiversity restoration projects, bringing that together, see what's the need and the possibilities for food production and hunting for fish in the future. So let's first compile that. I knew from yesterday that the digital twin infrastructure has a closed working environment, which is really great because we deal with data nobody knows yet. Because we're planning, we're trying to test different scenarios. So if we could run all that and then show some outcomes, it's perfect. We have our ministers from all these 9 North Sea countries together in Antwerp in a castle on 25th of November. So if it's the computing power the digital twin of the ocean core infrastructure now offers, I think we can do it. But now I have to convince my team that it's doable because there's also holidays upcoming.
Okay. Send Philomena in. Philomena.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
You know what? In your absence, that might be good. She can fly, right? She can go and see them on their holiday, on their transat somewhere. Okay. She's so fabulous. All right. So just to close it off, because I feel, you know, it's the toughest slot that you do have after lunch because there is all of this food digestion and the sugar crash. But if you had to say in one sentence what you consider, I've touched upon it already, the most important thing to keep in mind if we really are to optimize this interoperability at all levels, we've touched on some of those aspects. What would you underline or what would you bring to the fore that hasn't yet been mentioned? Do you want to start here, Angelos? Yeah.
I would start and I would go back to the slide from yesterday asking how DTO can contribute, what would contribute. And there was a lot of discussion about data, about methods, but I would also expect something on best practices, and this is something I would expect as well. Best practices on interoperability, for example. What are the best practices for interoperability? And because it opens the way, and they will show the way to others as well.
Okay, and also what doesn't work. I guess, too.
Exactly.
What are the worst practices or the ones that, yeah.
The failures, yes, as well.
Well,
Yeah.
nothing is a failure, is it?
Yeah.
It is merely, on that path to learning
The
and
knowledge,
solutions.
yeah.
The knowledge. Okay, Ludwig, yeah, what would be your last sentence? Two sentences.
As you know, rubbish in is rubbish out. So we have to make sure that what we put in as data in the data lake, also by planners like me, is correct, and that we find a solution to deal with sensitive data, because we cannot do fisheries efforts, we cannot upload them in that system. We need to aggregate them. We need to talk about what type of output you want to see and what type of input is necessary to see the relevant output. But that's not a new challenge, but I think where we are right now with the digital twin of the ocean, it puts emphasis on the fact that we do take that matter more serious. Thank you.
Yeah, excellent point. Thank you for making it. Pierluigi, yes.
Very much picking up on that concept of modularity. From the international perspective and like from IODE's perspective, from what I work with them, what does success look like? It looks like we can ship components of the European digital twins federated inside a DITO. We can ship the data sets, the services, the software. We can do data as a service, software as a service, and orchestrate with digital twins around the world. If one digital twin is monitoring a system and a new species creeps in, it's never seen it before, it should be able to ask all the other digital twins in the world, have you seen this thing? Can I borrow some of your software containers and data sets to then integrate it into my system? If we do that, we've succeeded.
Yeah. It's an ocean interpol. Do you recognize this species?
I don't think I'm allowed to say yes or no to that question, but
Probably not. Okay. Yes, last word from you, Lou. Yes.
Yeah, to conclude, I will say that collaboration is great, but coordination is better.
Coalition, did
coordination is better.
Coordination.
Coordination,
Okay.
yeah. Because we need to have a better coordination among the territories, whether it be local, national, or European, international. And yeah, part of the solution that we found in the GNDF is that creation of a shared governance. And so I'm very excited to see how the DTO will tackle those elements, because we all have the same goal, and is to create a vast collective effort. So, thank you.
And if you, again, just for that better coordination, well, you've obviously also said this governance mechanism would be critical. Anything else for greater? Because it is, it's the thing I hear most at every event is we need more coordination and collaboration, but what would you want to see? Is there anything else for better coordination? A change in mindset to change, I don't know.
I don't want to say like, oh, the DTO should do this or should do this, but like in the GNDF, we try to involve every stakeholders, like in a lot of weekly workshops, and so just to have like a real framework, a real creation of a framework, like with rules, I think it will be a great idea.
Okay.
But maybe it's a step forward, like. Right now, we actually need the tools to be finished, and the governance, maybe it's something to talk about later.
Okay, all right. Okay, don't, Pierluigi, you're not having her. I'm taking her home. Right, I have gone over time. Forgive me as a moderator, which I should not have done. But anyway, I wanted to let them unpack everything, or a fragment of their brilliance. So can you please give warm applause to our speakers? That would be wonderful. I would say, with your permission, I think because we just had lunch, perhaps we can do this in 20 minutes coffee, unless there's huge long queues, but maybe we can keep going with the energy, if that's good for you, and for those of you online. So perhaps we can aim to be back here at 3:20 as opposed to 3:30. Thank you for your attention. Don't forget about the booze there, and get some caffeine in you. See you shortly.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Good people, can I ask you, with the greatest love in the world, would you be prepared to move nearer the front? So if anybody was planning on sitting a bit plick-plock, if you can fill rows near the front, it does a great service to our speakers when they can see rows of smiling faces together. So please do move forward. Please don't sit too far back. Lovely speakers, lovely audience. If you can kindly fill from the front, I would be very grateful. All right, and when I get the okay, I will go. Please come and sit as far forward as you deem acceptable. Please come and fill in the gaps here, good people, because it's so much nicer for speakers. Yeah, if you're prepared to do a long walk of glory all the way down the front to the other side, thank you. Thank you very much, Lou. Okay, please come fill down the front, fill these seats. It's much nicer for our speakers to see groups' faces. Okay, so I'm starting, okay? Yeah, okay, so welcome back, and welcome back to all of you online. Thank you for being with us, thank you for staying with us. We are in the third part of what I think is very epic event, not just in what we are celebrating and launching, but also in the volume of content. But it's good stuff to come. It's packaged in all sorts of different ways in this session, okay, which is looking to the future. There you have it on screen. We have a brain-stimulating panel, we've got some eloquent keynotes, and we've got some really dynamic pitches. So we've tried to shake it up a bit for you to keep you with us, because I know that events are demanding in terms of the listening. So we begin with two keynotes. The first comes to you from the Director General of DG Environment, Florica Fink-Hoyer, and a very warm welcome, please, to her. Please join me. Thank you.
This is complicated now here for the papers, but good afternoon. And I feel it's almost like a continuation of our Green Week, which also was just about water and water efficiency. And now we have, and water, when we talk about water, is all types of water, coastal, freshwater, oceans, but also the green water, I always keep on saying. So difficult now to capture your attention, because it's a long day, I understood that. And you already had just a coffee break, so difficult. But let's say, imagine, because what can we use this wonderful tool for? And imagine you were a spatial maritime planner, and then you would have the task, be it in wherever you would be, in a member state or in a third state, and you would have to say, oh, now I have the task to identify the optimal spot for whatever type of marine activity. And you would say, but I know I have to look at biodiversity. And I do have to look also at perhaps social economic pressures. So then, you know, the tool which you could have seen when you had the coffee and probably also the lunch might be very good. But it's not enough. So imagine a little bit more. You would now use the same tool, not just for biodiversity economic activities, you would now use it also to have multi-layers. You would also have to see what are the best shipping routes, what is the best place for my undersea cable or for my renewable offshore installation. And that's really what we need today. And it's a question that the real spatial planners in the member states have to address basically on an almost daily basis. And then on top of it, you have to look at really security and safety, and of course biodiversity. So, and this is actually where our digital twin of the ocean comes in. And it is absolutely great that we have it now. I was very impressed when I saw the prototype, and it will help us in addressing many, many of the pressures, including on the water scarcity, including on the climate change, including on weather-induced events, disasters, but everything else, and economic activities. Because you can put all of this as multi-layers together, and then you can plan, and you can prove what it is. At the beginning of this mandate, and we're almost coming to the end of this mandate of the Commission, the Green Deal was all about not only the green, but also the digital. They already had a twin, and I know that many said like, but this doesn't rhyme. But you see now with these type of tools, it perfectly rhymes, and it's really very, very helpful. Not just for planning, but also actually then to find real solutions and really go ahead. I think when you want to go for application, let's say the planning, the activities that we will have, you need 3 types of baseline issues. One is obviously you need to have the right data, but you also need to know which type of data you need. And then you need to turn this data into knowledge, and then from this knowledge you have to deliver really the solutions that you want, but you need to know where you want to go. Now, I don't have to say that any of you has to be now let's say, new Jacques Cousteau, but it is true, we all know, not everything in the ocean is known. We have more data, we have much more data. Also because thanks of a lot of innovative science funding, data management tools, we had the Marine Strategy Framework Directive, that is also partly with us, so we really have data that we ask member states to produce. We have Horizon Europe, and we have the mission. And the mission, indeed, Kestutis is here as mission manager, is really giving us a lot of data. So we do have knowledge, but we also have the environmental agency, the European Environmental Agency in Copenhagen, and they also provide us with an enormous amount of data. So we have, I would say, quite a lot. We are just now reviewing the Marine Strategy Framework Directive in seeing like, is the data that has been captured, that is required from member states to report on, is it actually useful, is it valuable, can we really go forward, and what is the quality and what is really auctionable or implementable. And therefore we really have to see, don't we have sometimes the same data required by different data regulations? We do. And I think we see that also when we talk to the environmental agency. I mean, we have sometimes collected multiple data, but we are not putting one and one together, and we could simplify. I think this is where we have definitely scope for improvement also under the next Commission. But the best use of resources is clearly also having to lead to a reduction of administrative burden in the member states. And then you would say, how? Well, the tools that you saw up, the digital twin, is one of these tools that would help us to reduce the administrative burden, because you can also integrate the Earth observation by Copernicus, and we do so already, and we start doing it more and more with in situ data that the member states have to provide, and we collect them via the agency in what we call the IONET network, so all the different antennae in the member states, which means we have Earth observation and we have the in situ. That gives us quite a powerful data set, which we then should merge together into one single system where possible, and then also look at how to assess it, how to monitor it, and how to use it. And that's precisely what I discussed also last week when I was in Copenhagen with the agency and said, like, how can we join forces? How do you join forces? And how can we, as the policy drivers, tell them in which area they have to prioritize? I give you also a last piece of the data collection, that's citizen science. I'm a strong believer in citizen science, and precisely give the example of marine litter. This is also in situ and real life or real-time data that can be then put into the same single application. And of course, it would help us to identify where we have what type of litter, where does it come from, and you really can be much more precise also in your simulations and projections. Now, the second point, we have the data, okay, but data in isolation doesn't help us at all. We have now to see how do we assess it, how do we how do we analyze this and how do we interpret it? And that is another challenge, but again, the tools can help because data without this analysis and interpretation doesn't help. What we want is that through things like the digital twin for the oceans, the policymakers are informed and take informed decisions on where to put that installation, where to permit a new activity, where to put biodiversity restoration actions, and how would they interact in an optimal manner. So this is only possible when you not only push that information out with the right analysis, but you also have then to forge different actors, different knowledge actors, to really talk to each other. And that's always a bit of a challenge, but it needs the scientists, it needs also blue economy actors, so the fishermen, but also those who want to start with a farm on seaweed or whatever, but the policymakers and the citizen, in order to really understand how we can collectively benefit from these new tools. Then there's the third level. And the third level is, how can we turn this knowledge that's gathered into an actionable delivery, what we really want to do. And here, I come from DG Environment. Obviously, my concern is a triple crisis. It's climate change, it is biodiversity loss, and it is pollution. And litter and plastic litter is pollution. It's a type of pollution, but one that is really, really important in the blue economy. So here, the what-if scenarios, which can be now simulated to the tool, the imagined tool, but that is not so much imagined anymore. It is basically there. We just have to finalize it and then make it public. And then you can really go on the scenarios and identify really where do you go for actions, but also in a way that the ecosystem is factored in, and that is extremely important. Coming from environment, you will not be surprised that I speak in particular on biodiversity, because the digital twin really could help us here in identifying or provide us with that critical help, like where in the planning purpose, where do we really do harm? And where do we do less harm? Or where do we no harm, but rather scale up win-win solutions? Where can we manage better the fishery activities? Where do we have species that could flourish and others which would be close to extinction? How do we go about in the spatial planning to factor all of this in? Which also means, of course, going also for economic activities. Where could be an optimal catch area? Yes, of course, it's not only about restricting, it is about having a system and a cycle that allows fish to flourish, while we also will need fish to fish. So that's clear. But we also have to look at what could be with the simulations, with the what-if scenarios. We can look at the long-term and the short-term projections and the scenarios. That is very important. Because let's face it, biodiversity risk or loss, very much also the climate change and the rising temperature, which has a super big effect on the oceans and the currents of the oceans, and therefore the precipitation here, also in Brussels or elsewhere. All of this is not going away. We would like to have it going away, but it will increase. It is not going away. Neither will be, unfortunately, pollution. So here, this possibility to make these what-if scenarios, factoring in a higher degree of the Earth warming up even higher, and we know it will be warming up, even more biodiversity loss, what it can help us in finding solutions, because we have solutions, and we should really identify the best solution, and sometimes also to see where could there be trade-offs, where do we have to make trade-offs, but then in an informed way. So that you say, I know I have to go now for renewable energy, and I know I have to go for reducing the burden on the biodiversity, which, by the way, most of the time goes quite well together. And here, the digital twin is super important, especially in one area which is now close to our concern, is water pressures, be it scarcity of water or be it abundance and too much water. We really have to look And here, this is, as I said in the beginning, this is a system. It is not just raining too much here or having too little water there when you not factor in the fresh water, the lakes, the rivers, and the ocean activities and the green waters, which means the, let's say, the grasslands, the peatlands, and the forest in particular. And so for me, the next step would be to really merge also not only the ocean twin, but also the digital twin of the Earth and other multi-layer questions, because then you really have a very powerful tool. So I think we have tools that help us to take the right decision, and that could help us to really make the right and bold decisions that now policymakers have to do. Because as I said, the world will not go backwards, it has to go forward, but with changed and probably aggravated parameters. And it's not because this means a doomsday scenario, it means we have to be much more decisive, much more informed, science-based in our actions. And the whole idea is to ease pressures, right? Because especially the pressure on nature. Because if we do that, and we know we can create what I would call an environmental security, we also will have other types of security, which I think we are realizing are intertwined, especially geopolitical security. So thank you very much. I hope I could give you some indications of how we would like it to be used, not just by us as regulators, but very much also by member states, by the scientific community, and the citizen, in order to hold their politicians a bit responsible. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the Director General and I had a quick moment before, because I think you were very keen to say, Kat, I really don't want to just repeat what's been said. But I would like to reassure you, you actually unpacked and underscored some of what was said, and particularly in the area of data, because obviously that came up in the first panel a lot about data, and important again, the assessment, the analysis, the interpretation, turning it into knowledge, but critically turning it into actionable deliveries. That's a big one. We also said that one of the data gaps was biodiversity and envisaging what the future applications could be in the EU DTO, really to look at plugging those gaps. And there's already some projects working on that. We had the Bioflow project. And then again, trade-offs, you said. We heard from the DAWS project in the last panel discussion that's in the Black Sea, that having this, in front of you, when you've got different kinds of stakeholders that have, overlapping, conflicting needs, being able to show all of those different elements that impact on decisions can actually help to diffuse some of that tension. So thank you very much for bringing that to the fore and for articulating what is important for you in that at DG Environment. We have a further speaker now from the Commission, Mauro Facchini. Now, he is Head of Unit at the Directorate General for Defence, Industry and Space, and I don't know what he specialises in, so he will tell you himself, but he is kindly stepping in for the same Directorate General's Director General. There you go. Don't even say that one when you're drunk. I just said interoperability is the worst, but that was worse. Timo Personen, who really did have to attend an urgent engagement at the last moment. So you can give him a very warm round of applause. Thank you. And please share with us what you specialise in your unit, because I didn't even know that information. Please share with the speakers. What's your area of expertise?
Yes, so I'm working in the European Commission since 20 years, and since 10 years I'm Mr. Copernicus.
Mr. Copernicus.
Is what actually I have my Director General is addressing to me, because I've been in that field for many years. I've been signing 10 years ago, preparing, let's say, it was my Director General at that moment, Calleja Crespo, who signed with Pierre Barrel the first delegation agreement that we had 10 years ago, and since 10 years, and even before, I have to say, we are cooperating, and we are very, very happy to be part of this family.
Great. I think there are worse people to say Mr. of. Mr. Copernicus is a good one, right?
Yes, even my wife says that, but I don't like that too
much.
Goodness me.
All right, the floor is yours. Okay.
So, good afternoon, everyone. So, it's not really me who has to tell you what is the importance of oceans. They are clearly for critical importance, and they are vital for our society, both from the environmental, economic, and prosperity point of view. I come more from the space policy, from this policy side, and sometimes it's difficult to say what is the matching between the two. And 20 years ago, when the Commission decided to invest in space, it's not because we were space geeks. It's simply because the starting point was the user, were the EU policies, and to say what space can do really for our planet and for the users. And in this respect, so there was Galileo that was created, Copernicus as well, and still we are also looking into other possibilities to do things for the future. Here today, I think I will briefly bring you from the space to the DTO. I will give you very short details about Copernicus, then a small part about Copernicus and marine, and at the end, get more a little bit on what and how we can cooperate for a digital twin of the ocean. So Copernicus, maybe some of you know it, I hope most of you know it, is sorry to say that, maybe I'm subjective, but it's an extraordinary European Union capacity to understand our planet. Actually, these words are not coming from me. I think I read it several times, and we are very proud of that because I think we generate a lot of data that are very useful for our planet. And it's the leading world environmental monitoring initiative. In this respect, indeed, we combine observations. So we have satellites that are looking at the planet. We have 7 satellites flying in orbit, providing a huge amount of data. But these are not really the final scope of the program. The final scope are the services. So we have services that are really dedicated to the understanding and monitoring of our planet. They are declinated in land, marine, atmosphere, security, emergency, and climate change. And indeed, we contribute to a lot of EU policies. And when we look, for example, at the Green Deal policies that have been put in place, we went through the old chapters of the Green Deal, and we were able really to identify how the 6 services of Copernicus can be really contributing to them. And you can already find today the mentioning of Earth observation, and Copernicus in particular, in several pieces of legislation at the European Union level. It's also considered that this number will increase in the future, and there is also one particular element where we are looking to contribute is in reducing reporting burden. In some cases, having reporting burden, both at European national level, it's very complicated, very hard, and we hope that by providing cross-cutting data across the world can really bring additional capacity and reduce probably also the time that is needed to generate these reporting needs. Now, Copernicus and marine. As I said, marine service is one of the 6 services of Copernicus. As I said yesterday to the atmosphere one, I will say today, marine is the closest to my heart. Yesterday I said it was atmosphere, but I have to please all the audiences in some. But I think, I have to say, jokes apart, I think all are very successful. And I think that indeed we can do better all the time, and we try to improve. But I think that today we are able to generate a lot of data that 10 years ago were not available. But generating data is not just something good. It's also a responsibility, because it's not sufficient to generate data. You have to be able also to distribute this data and to make this data used. And this is sometimes the weak point of in what we are working, because we still find people knowing, yes, Copernicus, yes, but how to access the data, how can I use it? And I think that there we can do some effort. And in this I have to thank Mercator Océan, because they are doing a lot of effort in that, in trying to explain what this data mean, how they can be used, how to link also with the final users. And this is one of the reasons when we had to decide whom to delegate this marine service. We looked around in Europe and we said, maybe this entity is the right one. And indeed, I think since 10 years, this is going very well, and we are very happy that this choice was made, and we have seen this growing again and again. Side of the production of the information, they are also part of really putting this in a distribution system. There is a distribution system that is called WKO, maybe some of you know it, where also this data can be identified and used. But the Marine Service indeed is looking at the marine areas, but with the scope in particular to serve different areas. So indeed we can think first of all at the blue economy, but let's think about agriculture, let's speak about fisheries, let's think about shipping routes and movement. These are some examples. Another one, for example, is the energy sector. If we want, through the Marine Service, we can have a look at the waves, or we can look also some surface winds on the sea. So it's a good way to identify where alternative energies capacities can be placed and constructed. And this can be also in support of some companies that would decide to invest in some new energy fields. So after speaking about Copernicus and marine, let's come to Copernicus and the digital twin ocean. So indeed we are not just looking with interest, we are actually participating in discussions about this digital twin ocean. We have several interactions with, yes, Mercator on one side, but internal intercommission in particular with DG Mare and DG RTD that are really the initiator of the mission for ocean. And in that respect, we try to reflect how we can put at a better service what has been done up to date with Copernicus to the digital twin ocean activity. And looking at Copernicus, looking at EdmondNet, looking at DTO as it is today, try to see how this can be seen in a synergetic way in order that the user is happy about that, so that they get the information that they need, but also in the most accessible, operational, and sustainable way. We have just heard from Director General from DG Environment on the importance of the improvement of data collection and integration of data that are generated, and this clearly a challenge. So we have really to demonstrate how all this data can be put together to the best user. We're already working to the future of Copernicus and how this eventually could be put at the disposal of the DTO. We are thinking about new satellites that will be flying. So up to now we had the Sentinels. Now we're thinking about other satellites, expansion missions they are called. Some of them looking mostly at the polar areas that today are not fully covered. So this is one aspect that we are looking into. Second one is in the evolution of the services, having more products that are closer to the request of the users. And last, we spoke about digital. So it's not just DTO, it's actually speaking about how all the digital technologies can be brought more in what we do. Artificial intelligence, high-performance computing, clouds, and all this. In particular, when we speak about high-performance computing, this has a key role in a digital twin. Today we're speaking about DTO. On Monday I was already with some colleagues at the launch of Destination Earth. That is also mostly, I would say, on the climate aspect, on the weather extremes. But I think all these digital twins are really mixing the access to data and to the use of digital capacity to transform them in actionable products. So just to conclude, it's our need to work together into that. We have to act, and we want really that all these activities, Copernicus, EdmondNet, DTO, are working together in order to build up a system that is really satisfying the user requirements. Indeed, there are novelties in the DTO that were not present in EdmondNet or in Copernicus, and they are increasing these capacities of understanding our planet. In that respect, you can count on us in DEFIS and on Copernicus really to have a true partner in doing that in order to improve this access to the data and to generate these capacities. And let me conclude by congratulating on one side my colleagues in the European Commission from DG RTD and DG Mare for their brilliant long view about this digital twin. And on the other side, Mercator Ocean for the long-standing activity in this domain. I think that with DTO, we started a voyage, and I wish you a big success for the future. Thank you.
you. You see, you will find that, of course, I have to say thank you, Mr. Copernicus, don't I? Because I can't not, can I? I mean, I really can't. One thing I did take away, and I was scribbling away, was I think you just touched upon the fact that that data also needs to be made more visible that the data is there so that the users know the data is there as well. And you were saying Maketa has been absolutely doing efforts in that direction, but that's something that could really be boosted. Okay, thank you very much. All right, are we good? Are we good in the house? We've got some more content. As I said, it's packaged up in all sorts of different ways, so please stay with us. And those of you online, please do stay with us, even if you have to pop out and walk the dog and buy some milk. Come back, all right? I will try not to go too far after 5:15, but I can't sort of magic up minutes, but I will do my absolute very best. So here we are coming to more pitches, all right? So we've got 6 speakers, not all together. They're split across 2 different pitching sessions with other conversations in between. Now, all bar one of these, of the projects, are drawn, all bar one of the pitches come from projects or initiatives that are funded by the EU. So applications that are being developed, they're not quite at the full demo stage, but you can see how they will be, what can be. And the idea is, of course, that they will be integrated into the DTO, and they were selected through a call for expression of interest. So let's meet our first 3. As before, with those who are pitching, if you can all come to stage and join me. Hans Spollet from the Flanders Institute for Agriculture, Fisheries and Food Research. We also have Francisco Campuzano, CoLab Plus Atlantic and Pipeline Dito, and Joanna Stanjeva from Heraean, and she's here to talk about Olamur. So, come and sit in together, because it makes a nicer picture for the videographer, for the photographer. Oh, she's scared of you. Okay, you come in the middle. All right, so, all right, Hans. Hans, you're an experienced research scientist. You're a science director at ILVO. Background in fishing gear technology, fleet dynamics. You'd be great at a dinner party to sit next to. I'd have you sitting next to me. I'd ask you lots of questions. Now, you're involved in Iliad, which is an international project, is that right? Which will create a European digital twin of the ocean to accurately represent the changes and processes in the ocean. So what are you sharing with us? The top lines of this?
Yes, it's mainly on fisheries and how we manage to extract or harvest confidential and good quality data from the fishing fleet, almost the entire fishing fleet, and use it in a digital twin to actually provide the different users with very powerful tools to manage the fishery.
Fantastic. Do you want to go over there?
Yes.
That would be nice, would it not? So, you have a couple of minutes, I think, to dazzle us. You don't have 5, do you? Two. Okay, you keep these restless folk engaged and with you. There you go, that's your challenge.
Okay, good afternoon. Let me tell you about spaghetti and the fisheries manager. And it starts with a question. Can our digital twin of the fishing vessel fundamentally change fisheries management? Now imagine a fishery without control and enforcement. That would be a game changer, I think. Of course, fisheries need some sort of sustainability frame within which it has to operate, but apart from that, they are free to fish how they want. No regulations, no technical measures. The only thing I, as a scientist, need to know is the mortality they cause at the individual vessel level. And for that, I need good data. And we do not have that kind of data today. Fortunately, there's Pedro and his spaghetti. Now, Pedro is a fisherman who started connecting all instruments on board of his vessel to his computer. And that's how it looked like. We called it Pedro's spaghetti. Now, we soon transformed this spaghetti into what we call a concentrator that collects all information from instruments on board of the fishing vessel, including the confidential information and the details of the catch. Now, the concentrator uploads the data real-time to our digital twin, who converts it into information and then presents it to the different users in user-specific dashboards. As such, we provide powerful tools that will allow to determine the mortality at individual vessel level. So we are actually there doing that. And will allow real-time fish stock assessment, now we need 2 years. Real-time ecosystem evaluation, now it's very hard to do that. Catch prediction, and so much more. As such, this will allow managing fisheries in a fundamentally different way, more effective and more mature, all thanks to our digital twin and the good data the fishermen provide to us. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. You may take a seat. Just hands up. Who has at least one spaghetti drawer at home or cupboard? Come on, be honest. I've got like about 3 for crying out loud. Okay, just very briefly, because I really, time is of the essence. How do the fishermen feel? We talked about fishermen giving data. We talked about sensitive data. Just really briefly, how do the fishermen feel about this?
Very happy, because we made them the first customer. We developed the tools in the first place for them, and they are actually using them and very happy. And we as second users are very happy to have them as well.
Okay, thank you so much. So, Francisco, oceanographer, numerical modeler, involved in operational oceanography. He is focusing on delivering regional and local models, so with real added value for end users and national stakeholders in Portugal. Is that right? Do I just say a little bit about the Atlantic Collab project, or is that going to be your baby?
Yeah, Atlantic Collab is my institution.
Okay, so it's a not-for-profit RD&I Portuguese collaborative laboratory. It's really coming up with knowledge-based products and services which are related to all sorts of different fields of the blue economy and ocean literacy and much, much more. And you're also here for Pipeline Ditto? Yes. Copernicus Marine Research Project to leverage Portuguese ocean modelling services through innovation. There. Then you don't have to say that in your 2 minutes, do you?
Okay, yeah.
Would you like to use the lectern?
I can do it.
What are you going to talk to us about? We'll find out. The next 2 minutes are yours and yours alone.
To do my best with this time, but...
No, it's already warm. You have them to answer to, sir, not me.
No,
okay. Thank you.
So, thank you very much, first of all, for inviting me. And Pipeline Ditto is a cutting-edge Copernicus marine applied research and innovation project in Portugal. We are a consortium, and I'm from Plus Atlantic Collab in Portugal. And our goal is to support EU policies and directives and to boost the Portuguese blue economy through advanced digital applications and also to aid Portugal to evaluate the requirement from the Water Framework Directive and the Marine Strategy Framework Directive, and also to develop and foster sustainable marine aquaculture and offshore energy. So we use reliable products from Copernicus and also from IMONNET. For example, we use near real-time data from rivers, so we can estimate some of the descriptors from those directives for the water bodies in the Tagus and the Sado estuaries. And also we estimate nutrient fluxes, so then we can see if there are good environmental status. Our main outcomes are tailored products for the governmental agencies in Portugal, and so they can take informed decisions that benefit our environment, our economy, and our society. And then soon we will take advantage, so this project was also about trying to catch up with the Edito and the other projects, so to produce faster and more reliable results, further fitting the needs of our stakeholders. And this way we will contribute, and this is what we expect, to, with our own applications in the development of a comprehensive European digital twin of the ocean. So thank you very much for your attention. I will be around if you need. Thank you.
So water in all its forms, hugely important in Portugal. What is just very, again, what is the civil society, what is the citizens' kind of feeling about?
In this project, I mean, we have other projects where we are involved more with citizens, but here, even in this area, they have also aquaculture, it's aquaculture producing area. But also we are engaging and co-developing a lot with the national stakeholders to support them in the implementation of the directive and trying to see what are the numerical tools that are available and the numerical products that are available to support the reporting that they have to do for Europe.
So there's a generally warm and fuzzy feeling towards this. It's generally positive.
Yes, so I think that they like it that we approach them, and the feeling is that they believe that we can also help them and support them in their task.
Thank you so very much. I will move to Johanna, who is Joanna is Head of Department, Hydrodynamics and Data Simulation at the Institute of Coastal Systems.
Yes.
At Hooray, and Analysis and Modelling. So you're working with the Olamur project, so bringing together, this is all about aquaculture, yeah, multi-use low-trophic aquaculture, and particularly about demonstrating sustainable commercial solutions for both the North and the Baltic Sea. Is that correct?
Yes, but it goes actually one step further, because it is finding the most suitable location of aquaculture and for multi-use of ocean resources, namely producing both food and energy together, placing low trophic level aquaculture within the offshore wind energy. But you will see.
Critical, thank you. Please,
definitely.
I take your mic? Or no, you prefer the
I
handheld. You said
mind.
to me, otherwise you would disappear behind there, didn't you?
I can make both.
No, you're good there.
I can disappear, but it's fine.
Please don't, please don't.
Okay.
So, let's see.
So what I'm going to talk now is on unveiling the potential of multi-use of low trophic level aquaculture together with offshore wind energy. The wind farms along the North Sea coast are producing already a big amount of energy. The EU plans in 2050 to install more than 450 gigawatts of new offshore wind energy. In the world of multiple crises, not only the energy is on a high demand, but also food production can be very difficult. Why not using co-location of resources? Why not producing food in the offshore wind farms? But what are the environmental impacts on that? The EU mission project Olamur is investigating these questions. We are developing a virtual tool which uses both real data together with the practical information of the industry and practitioners. It integrates the data from the local industry, geodata, together with the local observations, satellite information, Copernicus satellite information, Copernicus marine products, and last but not least, it uses the practical information and knowledge of the main players, the industry, the offshore wind industry and aquaculture. In such a way, this virtual tool can simulate the operations, offshore wind operations together with aquaculture, not only in the normal conditions, but also in the extreme events. It is aimed in the different end users, the industry, of course, but together with the governmental energy, together with the protectors. For example, before ordering a technology or before the first mussel cutter leaves the port, the virtual tool simulates the aquaculture operation. In such a way, we can see the perspective, we can evaluate the cost of risk. This application is very useful for sustainable co-production of food and marine resources. And in such a way, our Olamur project adds value to both the blue economy, to traditional SDG, but also biodiversity and water quality issues.
Fantastic, thank you so much.
It's a challenge.
That's okay, stay. Okay, well, as you like.
Okay.
One question, and then I will invite you all to chill because you've done so well. To what extent, so brilliant and necessary, to what extent is that the operators, those operators, to what extent is that known? To how visible is this at present? I mean, it's evolving, but
it just starts. Of course, it was challenging bringing in the same pool, in the same consortium, both operators in the offshore wind companies, operators in the aquaculture, for those different pilots in the North Sea and the Baltic Sea. But they were all happy. It's a kind of a win-win situation for everyone. It's a win-win situation for the industry operators, but also to the scientists. And integrating that within the digital twin technology is absolutely sweet. You you remember your first questions,
Yeah.
and then you said why we need a digital twin, and the one is not to get seasickness.
Yeah.
So we can do not only the what-if scenario and models, but then we can actually observe these operations without getting seasickness.
Okay, thank you. Absolutely. I wish I could have claimed
I
that
got
poll. It's actually a
seasickness.
lovely one from the Commission. But can you give warm thanks to all of you for distilling their brilliance into 2 minutes? You may take your seats. Thank you so much. Thank you so very much. All right, we are cracking on apace. I hope you enjoyed that. I certainly did. We have a keynote next. There it is. There is more pitching brilliance to come. We do have 3 more pitches, and we do have a final panel, which is that kind of future focus, the vision panel. But we've got a keynote now, so we've got this little hiatus from Professor Nadia Pinardi. So she obtained a PhD in applied physics from Harvard University, so I might be actually quite scared to sit next to her at a dinner party. I've said to everybody else, I'd be terrified, and is full professor of oceanography at the University of Bologna. So huge amount of research interest, very, very broad, but critically and just importantly, before I hand you the floor, you are director of the UN Decade Collaborative Centre for Coastal Resilience, which is hosted by the University of Bologna, and that supports the mission of the UN Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development. So you are a very busy woman, many hats, many fingers in many pies. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. So I have written the introduction so I don't lose too much time. Let's see. Next. Yes. So I've been charged with a very difficult goal to show in few slides what I think, or what we think, are the future directions for digital ocean and its digital twins. You notice that I make the difference, and I will try to explain. So this work has been assembled with the essential help of Joanna Post, Richard Signal, and Giovanni Coppini, who you will see in the presentation. Europe has the potential to do something unique, it has been said, but because of 2 reasons. And the first is that it is building, first of all, on the scientific oceanographic knowledge that member states have cultivated along the years, and the EU has helped to strengthen. And because we can start with EMORnet and Mercator Ocean International. So, but we need much more. And we need to do more, and we don't have time. We can't wait too long, because climate is clicking. Okay, so I will try to very shortly show you what is the digital ocean and its digital twins, why we need digital ocean twins, very short, because many people have already said very important things, and how, the future directions. So the next one is a digital ocean that you've never seen before. Let me show you. If it works, yeah, there is not. So we go, you've seen Mercator Ocean has shown this for others. I show the more difficult fields, which are the currents. And you see how the currents are non-homogeneous, right? If you are in the middle of the Mediterranean or in another place. But now we go inside the rivers. Okay, so that all the way from Atlantic to the Fiumicino area, where the people live, and they can see the sequence of events. Okay, so you see this one is the future, not yet available, and what I'd like to think is how to do it. Now, we do it in Italy, but we want to have many more people doing it. Okay, how to do it is the question. So here, we do adaptation, right? So we are in Fiumicino area again, and we do restoration of natural ecosystems on the basis of digital vegetation positions that we studied with the digital twin. So this is a digital ocean twin, where we asked a question and we got a solution, hopefully. So, but this is the other thing, why, which is, Mihalis was Lucas also was speaking before. He wrote this great paper that where we know that the frequency of the 100-year storm surge event in 2100 will be, in our area, will be 10 years. Will not be 100 years anymore. And it will be 1 year in the areas which most need help. So equity and the importance of social justice is one of the themes. Okay, so I stop. We talk about why, and we say, what is our opinion to go forward? So we need to enhance and expand risk science research and to bolster coastal resilience and adaptive capacity. As I will conclude, adaptive capacity is a choice. It's not a target, it's a choice. Enhance observation collection with a focus on coastal areas. Let's say it. We have done the open ocean. Maybe not all we wanted, but we now have to concentrate on the coastal ocean. Leveraging digital twins and AI-based solutions. And last but not least, expand the cloud-based computing and infrastructure to enhance accessibility. Okay, we can have a long discussion about HPC and cloud computing. I am for cloud computing.
Yeah, so in answer to your where we're going in 10 years' time in terms of its risk science, I think we have to step out of the single disciplinary space that most science is sitting in, and move to a much more transdisciplinary and multidisciplinary space that engages with stakeholders and engages with local communities to ensure that what science can provide is practical at the implementation level. And that, for me, is sort of the crux of the matter, I guess.
Next one, please.
Enhancing coastal observation is crucial for advancing the capability of our digital
Enhancing
twins
coastal
of the
observation
ocean.
is
Coastal areas where most of the world population resides face very
Giovanni,
urgent
who is in
challenges
the
where most of the world population resides face very urgent challenges from climate change and human activities. So we need to ingest advanced observation such new and unexploited Earth observation data and citizen and community science one. This new observation will complement the quality and coverage of the standard observing system, and when integrated with prediction systems and artificial intelligence tools, will provide invaluable data and innovative solution within the DTO and in support of the coastal resilience and coastal sustainable blue economy.
For the digital ocean, we always want to ask questions, and we want to find out how things are going to change, how climate's going to impact the things that we care about. So we need to ask questions. We need to have a flexible, scalable solution that allow us to address these issues. And the cloud gives us the opportunity to use whatever resources we need to ask whatever questions we need to answer, and not be limited just by the amount of resources that we happen to have on our local computers or at our HPC centers. So the cloud gives us the flexibility to really answer the science questions that we need to answer in a timely fashion. And it also allows anyone to ask these questions, not just the people with privileged resources.
Thank you. So we have the UN Decade and one of the endorsed program, Coast Predict, that have the privilege to guide somehow, has fostered more than 300 interested scientists with 126 pilot sites to test new cloud AI-oriented and new data collection around the world. So we're ready to try, and Europe can be a big actor in this. So how do we get to the ocean we want? This is the UN Decade motto. And so my final remark: do more and eat veggies. Take initiative, even the most compromising ones. Engage in productive activities and strive for personal growth and achievement. DTO and DO allows this for the young people. Adaptation is a choice, it's not a target. Adaptation is the process of adapting to changing conditions or circumstances involving deliberate decisions. So we have to make deliberate decisions. And DTO and DO allows that. Last one. Yeah, be creative and use the cloud. That's my preferred one. And it is combine human ingenuity with technological advancements to maximize potential and achieve greater outcomes. And DTO and DO allows this. Thank you very much.
They're scary stairs, aren't they?
Yeah, I know.
Highly polished wooden stairs. What a lovely presentation. Very colourful, very comprehensive, and how generous were you to, what did you leave here? You took it away. How generous were you to include some colleagues in there? I particularly noticed the first two recommendations you were going in terms of the future, when you were looking at enhancing observation in coastal areas, looking at the risk assessment. You said that the First Lady had said, we need to step out of the single disciplinary space. We need to engage more. And then, of course, we heard from the second speaker about citizen science. So absolutely critical. Some really nice pointers at the end. Thank you very much for your clarity and for a very colourful and to-the-point presentation. A pleasure. All right, we have a last panel. Do I need to ask any of you if you need to stand up, spin round, do the Macarena, or do a Mexican wave? Apparently, a moderator made people do the Macarena. I said this, I learned this 2 days ago at an event, and everybody was terribly pissed off. But are you all good? Do you need to shake your bodies, or you're fine? Fine? Good, all righty. Okay, let's get on with it then. Here we go. We've got now, so we've headed in that direction with the vision. We've headed, I know, towards the big reveal, but this is a living, breathing, evolving thing. So what is that long-term vision for the European Digital Twin Ocean? 5 speakers, so they represent quite a broad gamut of different stakeholders, early career ocean professionals. We're going to talk about citizen initiatives. We're going to talk about perhaps the societal and the ethical aspects, and the users. So can I ask to join me on stage from the University of Utrecht, the Dean of the Faculty of Geosciences, full Professor of Climate System Science, member of the Destination Earth Scientific Advisory Board, Wilco Hazeleger. Welcome. We have an early career ocean professional, oceanographer, and marine ecosystem modeler at Mercator Ocean International, Tony Candela. Warm welcome. Are you the one that will still be under 50 in 2050? No. Oh, okay. You call yourself an early career ocean professional. Okay, Jackie Ashkin is a doctoral candidate. Hello, in her final year for at the Center for Science and Technology Studies at Leiden University in the Netherlands. Warm welcome to you. We have microbiologist Franziska Stressman. Where did you sit? There you are, of the European Citizen Science Association, a key player in the otters project. So that really is about scaling up citizen science to promote societal transformation for both marine and freshwater stewardship. And Mariluz Parga, a warm welcome to you, who is a wildlife veterinarian specializing in veterinary medicine of sea turtles, mammals, and birds. Okay, and since 2008, she has been working at marine conservation, at the NGO Submont, based in Barcelona, and she's one of the founding members and is a huge advocate for citizen science. Okay, so I did a little bit longer bios there. What are we looking at? I guess what we should expect the DTO to deliver, and also some thoughts about how to ensure, as I said at the beginning, that it's the game changer that it is and purports to be. How can we ensure it's stable? How can we ensure it evolves? And how can we ensure that you've got the wide variety, both of users, but of those who are inputting the data and getting something back from it? All right, I have 2 questions for each of you, if that's okay. Shall I start with you?
Okay.
You're sitting closest, aren't you?
Yeah.
All right.
There's a weird plant in between, though.
We do have a wee. Did you say a wee plant? It's a very, as in a wee small one, as the Scots
weird.
would say. Oh, weird,
Yeah.
weird plant.
Yeah.
It's quite pretty, though.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's we can look at each other through these sticks. So, we all know, we heard about it, we've talked about it. Official launch this week of Destination Earth. Here we go. There's some links. There will be more links. We heard that from DG Connect. Important that relationship really does evolve, and it's not just talk. How do you see that? How do you see that evolving so it really does make a difference for me, or my granny, or whoever, my
Well,
neighbour?
that's an excellent point, actually, because I think all this Destiny as well, and also DTO, we should think about what it aspires, really. And it aspires to get to the human level, to the local level and the granularity, to the level that people experience change, environmental change, global change, and the promise basically that these digital tools deliver the same level of experience. And that's basically where it has to get together, so that where you can, do we experience climate change? We didn't do that 10 years ago, we did, but didn't notice, now we do. Do we experience environmental change? Yes, we see it in front of us. So we're looking for solutions. It has to become actionable. And all these digital twins, they have that same aspiration to become actionable, to interact with, but to be honest, none of them do yet. And this is a step which we still have to make. I do think that actually tremendous work has been done also by the DTO community. In 2 years, having this in place is really tremendous effort. So the next step is, how do we then get to the point that people can interact with them? And that means that sometimes, if you ask an ocean question or a coastal management question, you end up much more at the DTO side. If you have a climate question, you end up much more at the Destiny side. But they should be interoperable. Even when you're not drunk, you can say that. So that's sort of the promise which you still we should deliver, and it's not there yet. And if you look at where they come from, these 2, for instance, is that DTO is excellent in data integration and in services. We saw that yesterday. Really, that's different than Destination Earth does. Destination Earth is excellent at high-resolution simulations using high-performance computing. In the end, if we have that cloud that Nadia just talked about, we steer them both. So that's where it all has to get together. 5 years from now, we have to do it quick because it's urgent.
Okay, so you said already a lot has been done in 2. It is clear, it is urgent, no, absolutely, no question. But do you feel optimistic that energy will be carried through to ensure that it does stay the course and deliver what it should?
Well, that depends on many of us, on the funders, on the people involved. And perhaps it's, I was listening here and I heard, I think 300 times the word user. And I heard end user. Can't we call it a start user? Can we get more people from the get-go, from the beginning involved, instead of now building up in a traditional sense, if you like? Still, we can say data. Data leads to knowledge, to information, to the end wisdom. Can't we turn it around? And go from that point? So we have to really change the way of thinking. And that's something this community as a whole needs to do.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you. Let me turn to the very, very young gentleman on your left, not casting any aspersions on you, Wilco, and where you sit in terms of decades. So, Yeah, I mean, early career ocean professional. So who'd have thought you got this landing in your career, you know? It has a way to go, we know. But if you dream further forwards, you must be excited by it. Where do you think in 10, I don't know, 5, 10, 15 years it might be having a particular impact on your work?
Yeah, actually I'm working on sea turtle conservation. So I try to study the dispersal of young sea turtle under different oceanic conditions in order to afterward be able to simulate their dispersal and then predict their future habitats. So I need a lot of ocean data to understand the dispersal of juvenile sea turtles. So from a purely technical aspect, I think the European digital twin of the ocean is going to make my work more efficient by ensuring an easier access to the data, to the computing resources. For example, I use a sea turtle dispersal model based on oceanic data, so I need to use currents and temperatures. So before running my simulations, I need to download all these ocean products and data sets. And if I want to update a data set or change to use another ocean product, I also have to download it again. So all these processes take time and numerical space that I think could be avoided. So with the European digital twin of the ocean, I could directly plug my sea turtle dispersal model online and to the ocean product and reduce this computation time, facilitate the navigation between one or another ocean product or other models. Like, for example, this morning we had a presentation about marine plastic dispersal. So marine plastic is a direct threat for sea turtles, so it's always interesting to identify some overlapping zone between sea turtle dispersal and marine plastic dispersal to maybe implement conservation measures. So all these models are directly on the DTO, so I can facilitate, the DTO will facilitate the navigation between all these data sets and make the work more efficient. And in addition to that, I would add that I mean, sea turtles are facing a lot of threat at sea, and one of the most challenging points studying an endangered species in the context of climate change is to predict the future ecology of the species in order to anticipate future conservation measures. And the ability of the European digital twin of the ocean to investigate what-if scenarios will be determining in order to predict the future dispersal of sea turtle population under future oceanic conditions, but also to test some conservation measures and see their impact in order to scientifically support the decision-making process to implement new, accurate and efficient conservation measures.
Thank you very much for the clarity. Was that an accident with a sea turtle? Did
No.
you get into an argument with a sea turtle?
No, not related to sea turtle.
No, okay, but that would have been quite cool if it was, wouldn't it? May I just say, given in the interest of time and in the interest of your energy and your brain energy, if there's one dazzling question from the room, I'll take it. But I will again repeat that questions that come in on Slido will be answered, and I guess you good people will stay for the networking drink. Yeah, who's going to miss the prospect of a nice cold glass of something? So I will prioritize sticking with my speakers on this occasion, if that's fine with the audience. So I guess coming to you, you were nodding for some things there, Jackie. I mean, you know, different orientation of work, but something that must resonate, because I ask you the same question. You know, woof, look at this, if it evolves as it should, how does that inform your work? How do you envision that will be of benefit?
Sure, so I have a little bit of a different background than a lot of the people in this room. I'm a social scientist, and I essentially do research on science as a culture. So thinking about science as a set of beliefs, practices, institutions that then help us make sense of the world, or in this case, the ocean. And when we think about the digital twin as a technology, I think we're all really dazzled by what's happened in the last 2 years. I think the challenge is going to be making sure that we don't then, in 2 more years, move on to the next big thing. So thinking in terms of timelines. We have the timeline of policy, we have the timeline of research, that takes a little bit longer, and then there's a timeline of the ocean more generally. And I think we really need to stick with these technologies through the entirety and see them through. So now we have this fantastic 10 years of funding to make the European DTO a thing. But we have to also make sure that it keeps being a thing after those 10 years, because it's most valuable to us when we can really think in a really long-term way.
And why do you think it would drop in 10 years? Because that's the way the human psyche works, because it's a question of mindset, because it's a question of...
Well, I think technology goes in cycles.
Yeah, technologies, that's what I was just saying,
Yeah, and you know, like 20 years ago, would you have said, looking at our handphones, oh, we're going to use that to do everything, from sending emails to looking up fun cat videos? Probably not. But now it's transformed into something completely different that we use all of the time. And we need to really think about the DTO also as something that in 20 years, maybe it's not going to do exactly what we think it can do right now, but that we're still really able to take everything that's in it and put it to good use.
Yeah. Interesting. We again talking at JPI Oceans. There was a kind of a call to say, okay, the social sciences, they need to be more implicated in this sector. We need to hear more from you guys. Actually, does that make sense?
Absolutely. That was actually one of the points that I wanted to bring up, is that integrating the social dimensions, I still think, is a really open question about how we're going to do that. I think, speaking to some of our colleagues out in the room, there's also this question of bridging the quantitative and the qualitative. I'm someone who works predominantly with qualitative information. How do you put something like that into a digital twin in a meaningful way? But also, how can we use insights from social science to inform the way that we're building these technologies so that we don't kind of recreate particular forms of inequalities or misunderstanding? So issues around, for example, uncertainty, that digital products are really good at presenting really uniform ideas of data. We get these beautiful images when we look at the prototype that we saw upstairs, but the data is not kind of equally distributed, if you get into it, in as clean and sharp a way. And so how can we also make sure that people who are using that information are aware of that uncertainty, and also that scientific uncertainty means something different than just colloquial uncertainty. Colloquial uncertainty. So kind of the way that scientists use the term uncertainty is very different from how someone on the street is going to hear the word uncertainty. And how can we make sure that when we're using these technologies that we're presenting information to say, well, this is what we have, this is what we don't know, but this is what we can still do with what we do know. So uncertainty in language like this is not an excuse not to act, essentially, but to translate it in a very particular way and be very aware of how that knowledge moves.
Thank you. You've got Wilco, that resonates for you. I think it sort of picks up, expands upon, ties into a little bit what you started with.
Yeah, sure. And it's also my experience from climate science and climate scenarios, it works the same way. Uncertainty really in scientific field is such a different thing than if you go to society and want people to act.
Yes,
it's
interesting.
So completely agree.
Okay, so let's delve in a little bit more to this kind of citizen science side of things, and it's come up again and again and again. So were you here from the very beginning of the day? You've heard the way it's cropped up across the day. So first of all, did it make sense the way it's been spoken about? Was there anything that we didn't sort of, was it clear enough for you? And how do you think, you know, the core infrastructure, but particularly the applications, can support and expand this particular area? Because for me, it's interesting that all of this is a gateway for people to engage more broadly with nature, protection, conservation, biodiversity, but it's also the data gathering aspect of it. But tell us more. How do you think?
Exactly, thank you. So yes, I've heard much about citizen science also in the coffee breaks. But I would like to stress at this point, and this comes up and up again, that citizen science is not just about generating the data, it's much, much more in all these projects. It is about engaging the community, raising awareness, really being there, listening to the concerns of the people, educating them, and eventually creating a sense of agency for problem, and also a sense of stewardship, in this case for the oceans or the water. And how do I see the digital twin of the ocean and its importance to citizen science, and how can it be supported in the long term? First of all, it's an awareness raising tool. I like looking at the visualization. We also heard from another panelist. It's a fantastic educational tool. You know, if you look at it, you can really, local communities can see what's happening in front of my doorstep is actually interconnected to the rest of the world or the ocean. And this is something that often lacks in the citizen science projects. And secondly, Editor could be a fantastic tool for raising engagement and participation, really true engagement of the citizens and influence on policy and decision-making level. Communities could find the evidence, gather the data for their local concerns and raise this to policymakers. This in turn would then also raise the credibility if such policies were implemented based on the data that the communities themselves have seen. It would also create make whole decision makers accountable for the policies they're making. What if there's a bad decision? I can check in a simple way with a what if scenario. This policy does not make sense to me, in very, very simple terms, of course. And then in terms of what this would require from Editor is, I cannot stress this enough, a really user-friendly, simple tool. Researchers have often, you've mentioned the vocabulary, a very, very different way of looking and talking about things than have the citizens. And this really needs to be taken into concern for the two. And then the third point for me is the contribution of citizen science data to the digital twin ocean. Citizen science is often fragmented. You have a lot of local initiatives. They use different methods, different devices to gather data. They have different quality control measures. All of this makes like little island data sets that are not interoperable or meaningful on a larger sense. So you need to have, this is particularly important also in the sense that, Mission Starfish has said by 2025, which is next year, 20% of the data generated for the future of restoration of our oceans is meant to come from citizen science generated data. So we are not by far there. So what actually Otters is doing is it's clustering projects for standardization purposes.
Can we come back to that?
Yeah.
Or can I split that? Do you mind?
Yeah, sure.
Or is it okay?
Yeah.
Just to sort of talk more broadly about citizen science and then hone in on the project momentarily, if that's okay. Just the one just obvious perhaps question, and then I will come to you, Marie-Lutz, is, you said it's not just about the data, it's not just about providing that, it's engaging, it's to answer the needs, the concerns, of local citizens, and also it gives them that capacity to sort of hold the policymakers to account. But that's the critical part of it, isn't it? It's getting a groundswell that is making the policymakers act and take into account. If you had to sort of say, for me, the most important element of citizen science is, what would it be? Briefly, just a sentence of all of those different aspects that it speaks to. What's the most critical for you?
It is simply engaging and solving a local problem, and this also, in many cases, involves actually policy level decisions.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. We will come back to otters. We will. And you haven't brought an otter with you. I was hoping there would be a trio of soft, cuddly toys, but you haven't. We had one per panel. This panel has not delivered. Very disappointed, very disappointed. Okay, so here is this kind of digital window for society. We've heard about it. Why is it important to me? Why is it important to my livelihood, my well-being, even if I don't live on the coast? Anything that you haven't heard today where you could say, Kat, we need to underscore that that's where there's societal added value? What would you put on the table?
Okay, well, first of all, we haven't brought any toys, but I keep looking at Tony's sea turtle socks, which are great, and I love them, Tony. I had to say it.
We do an audience poll. Does that count as an object, Tony's socks?
It does.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you for that. I didn't spot them.
Okay, and back to your question.
Yes.
So I will use an example, a project that we're currently carrying out in a Marine Natura 2000 area. It's a marine stewardship project. We're trying to engage people in active conservation and monitoring of the Neptune seagrass beds there.
Okay.
And it's actually really difficult for the normal person, for the normal citizen, to grasp the concept that if a species or a habitat they don't even know that exist will bring a number of effects, let alone effects on them, is really difficult to explain that to them, especially with the marine species or habitats, because let's be realistic, people even that live by the sea, they very rarely stick their head under the sea, so they don't know what's there. So what happens if a seagrass meadow that I don't even know what it is disappears in front of me? So something that we really would like to do in this area, and I think the DTO would be great, I think, is to, if you can show them the impact or the effects of, okay, the seagrass meadow that is here in front of the Costa Brava will disappear. And you can show them the effects in a very visual way, and I think that's very important. They can really see it, visualize it. That's why what I've been seeing of the DTO and the models that you do would be really great. Using real data, and not imaginary data, but data that have been taken by researchers or by the citizens, using what-if scenarios so that they can really understand that if that meadow disappears, what are the impacts in terms of impact of storms in the future on the local beaches, for example, especially with climate change, storms might be getting stronger, or we're losing a breeding nursery ground for commercially important fisheries. What is the impact on the local artisanal fishery? And I think that could be a really powerful tool, and that could, or we hope would, dramatically change the way that, I don't know, Mrs. Smith or Mr. Perez would feel about meadow conservation, because they can feel how that is affecting them.
Yeah. And just before I move, and if it's okay, I'll check in with the audience, and then I'd like to allow you to take a little bit more time. I have other questions for you. The comments here that to be mindful, because we are talking about the future. The comments here that Wilco made, the comments that we heard here from Jackie, being mindful about how we move forward. Let's not get overtaken by the technological developments. Let's really focus on the inclusivity, getting some of the definitions right and interpretations, and the speed at which we need to did that speak to you, what they, in terms of?
Well, I must admit, I know very little of it about the DTO, and I'm just today learning about what it means. So another thing is that, no, but for local communities, for NGOs, for us living outside of Brussels and the big institutions,
good
I mean,
point.
and that's me.
Good
and
point.
we are in very good terms, for example, with the guys at Seascape Belgium, and they have been explaining us, because they're in all this, but otherwise, I wouldn't know what all this means. So I'm just beginning to learn all that can be done.
Okay. All right, let me keep it in the order, just because it is just 2 rounds of questions, and we haven't heard from you. Unless there's anything anyone wants to chip in with on what they've heard for a beautifully, or can I come, you're okay? You're okay. All right. You are with me in the need to let these people get to a nice cold drink soon, and your good selves. Okay, we heard about this. We know that, absolutely politically right up there, environmental sustainability. We hear about, the sword of Damocles, this huge existential and challenge. Again, you say it needs some serious, we need to keep on it. But how do you see that function evolving to structurally support the policy making? What do you really want to see, and what do you think it is in its capacity to deliver in a kind of a future scenario to reinforce the policy making?
Well, what I see, and I actually like all the answers here, because what we see here, this is about people using it. This is about humans. This is not about users. This is about humans, policymakers, citizens, and others going to use the digital twin. And that's not what's currently happening yet, but that's really where we have to go forward to. And that means that, yes, we have to think about how that interaction works, how the accessibility to the twin works. It may be accessible to me. I'm a climate scientist. That's relatively easy. That citizen, it's a lot harder, or others. Let alone if I live in the global south and try to interact with this. Yeah. Who takes care of the facilities to do that and to make it possible? So what we really urgently need to make it really even more successful, I think the backbone is there now. The backbone is there from the different digital twin projects. If we now turn it around and think about people starting to interact, we need to think about how do we govern this? What's the open governance? Because I truly think it has to be open, and it started to be open already. What's the governance that is really democratizing basically science, basically scientific information? And that's something that build-up of a governance on these digital twins is not there yet. And it goes together with, well, we heard one word on ethics already. What's a responsible use of these twins? Yeah. Because you can use it to the good. We all talk about using to the good here today. You can use it for the bad as well. And that's something we really need to consider further on what is this for, how does it work, how do we govern it, what are guidelines around it, how can we really empower people to use it and then really empower people. And that's basically a social science question that was just mentioned before. So, and engaging that in now, I think it's a good time to do so. The
so
technology comes by itself, because we're techno-optimists almost here.
Yeah, yeah. So what do you envision when you say that, you know, it could be used for the bad? We need to really make sure we have oversight, we have governance, and that is wholly democratic and inclusive. What do you envisage practically?
Practically, you can have a set of guidelines. But UNESCO actually does that for many other things, and Europe does as well. Just think about the AI Act. We have an AI Act we didn't have before, and we have it for good reasons, because in Europe we have values that we think should be really key to what we use, what we develop, and how we use those tools. And these are just examples that we say, well, you need to comply to that. Otherwise, it's not usable. So that's a way forward to think about these digital twins as well. These are not just, we can think about a big monolith answering all the questions. But we know from history that's not really working either.
Yes, you've got, look at you, you're both, we should have sat you next to each other, shouldn't I? You and Jackie, you're both absolutely. Tony, let's have a look at that. I mean, Marie-Lutz, you brought something up. You say, you know, here we are in the Brussels bubble, and you're right. And we are only at a certain stage of this. We are celebrating the launch. I mean, I think there is no question that everyone is more than aware that there's some robust work, and speedily, and that needs oversight, you know. But, you know, you said Brussels bubble. I've learned. I didn't know much. So, Tony, if you had to... you know, if you had to, one of your mates who does something completely different to you, not linked to turtles, not a scientist, how would you explain that this, the DTO, can really help shape a sustainable world? If that's the concern, and we keep hearing there's the burden on young people to help deliver it, in a nutshell, how would you explain it?
Yeah, I mean, I think to be efficient, the effort must be global. And we need to share all our knowledge, our data, our technologies with everyone who wants to use it and to participate in the cause. So we need to make this data available for everyone, every country who wants to use it, either developed or developing countries, no matter the social, cultural, or economic context. And we need to have a holistic approach to really take into account the whole context to be efficient. So we need also to make this data understandable for everyone. So scientists, but engaged citizens, teachers, students, policymakers, and so on. So, I mean, we really need to have international and multidisciplinary collaborations. And I do hope that the European Digital Twin of the Ocean will be the spearhead of this global effort, and effort of making all of these things available and understandable for everyone.
Yeah, and I think you echo the words of who had said it right at the start. I can't remember if it was Kęstutis or before that we are rich in data. I mean, we have a responsibility with this, and I think that comes through in your final sentences there. Okay, I have 3 more questions. I will come to you, Jackie. So I don't dare call them now potential end users. I will call them start users or people. Okay, so you are collaborating with creators and also fabulous people who are beneficiaries of the applications of the EU DTO. Maybe just examples of maybe a couple of specific needs that maybe they have, they're not covered, but that could be really helpful once the DTO is operational, could be really critical and essential to its success.
Sure, so I have kind of one overarching point I'd like to make here, which is that we've talked a lot about infrastructure as an object, the last 2 days, and I think it'd be really helpful to think about infrastructuring as a verb. So infrastructure is something that you do, that it's an ongoing process that you contribute to, and that it's constantly being built, it's constantly being remade, and it's constantly being put together. And I think that's really important because it draws in questions about who keeps an infrastructure going and how they can do that. So for example, a lot of researchers that I work with in particularly research institutions, it's not lost to me that many of them are either senior colleagues or early career people who are very precarious. So a lot of people who are in the middle of their careers who need things like publications, this is not work that they're necessarily able to contribute to unless they really like doing things on the weekend. And so something to keep in mind going forward is really infrastructure also in terms of research governance and making space for people to contribute to technologies like this as they have their scientific careers. I think that's something that's really important. And the second thing in terms of infrastructuring is also about expanding this idea of what we consider as social dimensions. I think we've heard a lot of different words to refer to social things. So we have like the social, the socioeconomic, users, we have all these different terms that we're then kind of bundling into this one question, and then we say that's an issue for the social sciences. And so I kind of want to push us here to not think about the social as a monolith or the socioeconomic as a monolith, but that there are actually really many facets that we can start pulling apart in different ways that can make a technology like this as productive as possible. I think I'll stop there.
Thank you, thank you. And you know, just by, obviously I would recognize you in a blind lineup by your conversation alone that you are indeed, are social scientists born or made? You must, born, right? Made? Come on, to have gone into it, you must,
I think this is the nature versus nurture question, right? We're still debating this, last I checked.
Okay.
Unfortunately.
And we open up a whole other box of debate there. Okay. A last point?
Yeah, maybe just one last thing. I think when we're looking at technologies, we want to be really careful that we don't treat them as panacea. That we don't say that it's a one-size-fits-all. So we're not going to create a digital twin of the ocean and then all our problems about the ocean go away because we have a big data lake and it's all interoperable and now we've fixed it. So to kind of push back a little bit historically, a lot of use of computation in ocean research is question-driven. And maybe something to think about as we go forward is what kind of questions drive the ongoing development and use of a technology like the digital twin.
Very, very helpful. I like that. I like the idea of whoever is on social media, infrastructure as a verb. It isn't a monolith that's fixed in time. It is evolving. And that there is that real democratization of who feeds into it and who get something out of it. Okay, so Francisca, I rudely interrupted you. You were going to talk more about otters because it's done very, very specific work on citizen science. So maybe you could just share with us a demonstration of this and maybe, you know, how does what we are talking about today feed into that and nourish the work that you're doing?
Yeah, so my point was about standardization. There is a lot of citizen science generated data out there. For also, the majority of citizen science data generated for the moment is actually biodiversity data, which is lacking for the moment. It's just the matter is not standardized into big interoperable data sets. So one thing that our project Otters is doing is they're clustering projects all over Europe and inviting them to co-create standards and to then have the data in an interoperable manner. Just a little excursus here, sorry, in the line of Otters or as a fallout, also EXA has created a working group on aquatic citizen science. If any expert from Europe is welcome, if anyone in the room or in your networks would like to join the EXA working group, please get in touch. We also have 3 white papers on standardization recommendations coming out. And if anyone in the DTO universe would like to contribute to this or give recommendations, we invite you to contact us and become a co-author. Sorry, coming back to standardization and how this can be supported by the digital twin, Ocean it needs to support this. Can there be tools, tutorials, question to the DTO audience? Can there be a kind of an automatic data check when you upload your data set, all to facilitate this standardization and interoperability of the data? And then my second point, Optus, is also clustering the projects to create campaigns, citizen science campaigns, to change hearts and minds about the ocean. And for this, DTO methodology visualizations could be a fantastic tool to use in these campaigns, but really only if they're easy to use. You know, we heard this morning DTO should be an example of a tangible resource, of EU investment being tangible for the citizens, but this is only tangible if it's useful and usable. And my question actually to the audience is, should this then not be co-created with citizens to make it really, truly a tool also for the citizens? Can this be done?
Thank you. Food for thought. We won't take answers on that now, but certainly an excellent question to put out there, because it needs to have both the wow, but the accessibility needs to be more than the wow. As you said, if I had to say one thing about citizen science, it's solving local problems and having those voices heard in the articulation of what the problem is and how it can be solved. Last word to you, Mariluz. So it really is, you've obviously learned a lot. I hope you have learned a lot today and yesterday. So how might you use the applications in your work? Maybe just a couple of examples. What has been mulching around in there?
Yes, so we do, one of our main field of works is on management of marine protected areas. And we think there the DTO would be really useful. We think it would allow to detect quicker and easier incongruences in the management when there's scenarios that are changing, and allow for a more dynamic and adaptive management, especially when you're working with highly mobile species, dolphins, sea turtles, some species of fish, birds. And I will give an example to make it very, very simple. Based on a work that we're just finishing right now in a large offshore MPA that was declared a few years ago because of cetaceans, based on studies of presence of cetaceans from many years ago. So we have just finished redoing all the studies of presence and distribution of cetaceans in the northern half of this MPA. And it turns out all the cetaceans are in the corner of the MPA and actually going outside of the MPA. Right. Into an area of deep water canyons. Now, one of the conservation measures that are now being discussed for this MPA is to dramatically reduce the speed of the large cargo vessels and ferries going through the MPA because of the cetaceans in there. But what we are fearing is that because this is the northern tip of the MPA, these vessels will just go around the MPA at normal speed. Yeah. And actually they will go right over the area where all the cetaceans are now. Instead of going through the MPA where there's no cetaceans right now. So for us, that's a big incongruence in the management, and the intention is very good. But if you could have in one place, all the information related to the MPA, where the cetaceans are, where the maritime traffic is, the underwater noise, pollution, other uses within the MPA and outside the MPA, that would allow managers and people helping managers like us to make more informed decisions that can change quicker as the animals are moving, because they are moving. They don't stay in one place just because you've created an MPA.
Yeah, you're not at risk of kicking a problem into another area and then having to deal with that.
Exactly. So we think for that work, that would be really, really useful.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much to all of you. I'm going to close it there, but I've really learned a lot, and somehow, so my bad really, I didn't expect some of that to come out of this conversation, and particularly the importance, you know, not just the technical side, not just all of those, what are the solutions, how can we target them, but really critically the accessibility, that point that if it is, as you said, if it really is a way of showing where EU investment does benefit all of us, people, let's not call them citizens, people, then we've got to make it user-friendly. And as you say, the way that you might use it as a scientist, it ain't the way I'm going to use it with my 13-year-old, that's for damn sure. So really important things to think about there, the governance, how to keep it properly inclusive, What does that actually mean? How to keep that oversight? How to keep step with technology and not sort of, you know, halfway down the road we're overtaken with new tech, so we don't keep it on course. So really, really valuable contributions. Thank you so much. Very tough slot at the end of the day. You did splendidly. Could you please give them a warm round of applause? So, you know, we've got 3 pitches, and it literally is 2, 4, 6 minutes. And as much as I would love to ask you, because I'm an annoying moderator, a question after each of your pitches, I won't be able to, because I need to be very, very mindful of the timing that we have left. So can I call to the stage Till Rasmussen, please, who works at the Danish Meteorological Institute that hosts the Greenlandic Ice Service. Okay, so please sit in. Can I also invite Jan Stalberg, wherever you are? Hello, CEO of Silicon Hagen, formerly Data Process Innovation, which focuses on increasing the ease and equality of access to immersive technologies. And we also have Igor Meyer. Oh, you're behind me, so I didn't even look at me. I was so ready to see someone come from there. Professor Serious Games, Innovation and Society at Breda University of Applied Sciences, an endowed professor, Playful Organizations and Learning Systems, Department of Organization Studies at Tilburg University, here to talk about the Iliad, not Homer's Iliad. We have to just be really, really clear about that. And I think that is possibly the best job title I've ever read out of anybody, I've got to say. All right, you know where you sit between these good people and drinks, but best people to come at the end. 2 minutes to dazzle us. Who's first? Till. Okay, I am, I suppose. Yes, you are there. So what are you going to talk to us about? The Nordic Cryosphere Digital Twin?
Yes, that's correct.
Brilliant. Okay.
Yep. Hello, everyone, and thanks for letting me, that was one too many, letting me talk here. I'm going to talk to you about the Nordic Cryosphere Digital Twin, as was just said. And it's going to focus on sea ice, its possibilities, and its challenges. So, the people in northwestern Greenland and many other northern communities, they use the sea ice to travel on, to hunt from, to fish from, and it's really an important part of their daily life. But they can see that the season is shortening, and they ask questions such as, why does it rain in winter? It's not normal for them. And we are trying to produce diagnostics that can help them in predicting the seasons and so forth. On the other, and this is in line with the EU policies for sustainable development. On the other hand, we have the mariners. They really see sea ice as a hazard. It's a challenging thing to work for them in the ice-infested waters. And they will still have this hazard in the future, even though the sea ice will be thin and move faster than it does today. So you have both sides here and both interest in our options. Another thing that's going to happen with the retreat in sea ice is that new ship routes will open. And one is the Northwest Passage, which links the Atlantic Ocean with the Pacific. And this will save the mariners time and space when they want to travel through these two areas. And even though that's a good thing, then there will still be hazards in search and rescues, which can be found there. So the Nordic Cryosphere Digital Twin tries to produce diagnostics that can help these different groups. One example is the risk index. And that shows where you can go and where you can't go. And all of these diagnostics are aimed at being included in the Digital Twin Ocean, for instance. And thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Super fascinating. Brilliantly delivered. Thank you for sticking to the time. I'm going to move directly to Jan, if I may. What are you going to share with us?
I'm going to share how you use virtual reality for pollution management.
Okay. Wonderful. You have a clicker if you need it to start things off.
So,
yeah, big green one.
So, using virtual reality, we know that the best form of behavioral change is achieved when people are actually in the environment, when they can feel, where they can sense, where they can actually be the change that they're trying to achieve. That's why we're using the water and actually placing them in the water. What does it feel like? Where are they? We can transport them to the Mediterranean Sea, the Baltic Sea, the North Sea, the Atlantic Ocean, where they can actually be part of that change. When we think about all the data that we've seen today, we can actually take that data out of the black data box and put them in front of people, making it relatable, make it something that they can actually see, be, change, interact with. It can be ocean and how the flows of pollution is actually taking place. We can actually see how that is transforming into changes in the Mediterranean Sea. They can be there, they can see it, they can be part of the interaction with it. And we could also, some of these fish, we can actually also see inside them as well. Get people to see how the microplastics are actually working inside these animals and why it's important to change our practices at home as well. So from the digital twin ocean, where everything's possible, there are no limitations, there are no boundaries, we can translate that over to the real world and actually seeing how changes actually take place there. And even though recycling is not done in the ocean, we can also make things in such a way where we can take the experiences at home and how those experiences from home can be translated into the sea. And another thing that virtual reality can be used for is also to bring people together, collaboration, bringing students together with scientists at scientists' own expert area. That could be in the Mediterranean with students from the Scandinavian countries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Fascinating. Very fascinating. Brilliant. Just for people who have used it, I've got to come back and do this, haven't I? Because I didn't have time, literally. But what's sometimes the first thing that people might say after having that experience? What, anecdotally, might somebody...
They usually sort of think it's the wow factor.
Yeah.
So not having or not realizing or not expecting what they could actually see, and also that very interaction, what that feels like, and how that affects the brain and how our thinking also.
Thank you very much. Two brilliant pitches there, two absolutely fascinating projects. So, you were last, Igor.
Okay, thank you very much. I want to actually take this same argument a little bit further. So digital twins are often justified with the catchphrase, the science we need for the ocean we want. And I sometimes wonder, what do we get if we change it around? The science we want for the ocean we need. And from my perspective, the science that we may want is a little bit of playfulness and game thinking. Because these digital twins are actually very sophisticated games that we need to learn how to interact with. Let's jump to the future, to 2030. Meet Sarah. Sarah is a maritime spatial planner in the Netherlands. She has mapped potential wind farms in search areas near the North Sea Dogger Bank area. And Sarah expects broader impacts than energy alone. On ecosystem pressures, on noise, surface disturbance, artificial substance, and interfering with shipping routes and commercial fishing. And of course, impacts on birds and marine animals. But now, Sarah is ready to experience her plan. Sarah puts on her immersive reality headset, and the immersive digital twin opens. She is above the planned wind farm area as if in a helicopter. Artificial intelligence automatically generates an immersive visualization of the plants based on the real data and predictive simulations. But Sarah also knows the disclaimers of digital twins of the oceans. They are as good as the data that feeds them. And the future lies open. And Sarah, she wants to explore and she wants to learn. Sarah sees wind turbines spaced apart evenly and hears them rotating. Bustling shipping routes, maintenance ships going in and out, and shipping vessels. And Sarah goes on the water. The turbines and ships make some noise. And how far does the sound carry? Cetaceans seem to be moving away from the noise, and clams grow on the pylons, and schools of fish do not seem to be bothered by the underwater noise. And Sarah selects a futuristic floating wind turbine that combines wave and solar energy with hanging mussel cultures. And an expert voice explains the radical innovation, how it works, and when it is available. One of her colleagues now joins in her immersive world. They discuss what they see and make adjustments. Anyway, the virtual display of her maritime spatial plan is nearly ready for international consultation. Next week, she will invite her German and Danish colleague for a virtual tour. And they have their own virtual lab in their offices. And Sarah will also use this immersive reality to show the public how impressive and vital the North Sea is, why we protect it, and how we manage its resources sustainably. Dear audience, what do you think? Would you endorse this future? Would you use such an immersive and interactive digital twin of the ocean, or would you discard it as unrealistic, not effective, and not scientific? And whatever you think, the future is not so far away, because the metaverse is already here and is coming, and the developments in game technologies such as procedural generation and immersive realities are staggering. We already apply this game technology to digital twins, for instance in Iliad. And the video clip that you just saw me behind is an impression of what we already achieved. Everything you saw on the screen automatically generates from different data and simulations within minutes. There has no manual operation been. It can soon be experienced in virtual and augmented reality. If you want to know how we do it and where we are going, watch the trailer within the voiceover and contact me or Iliad or other people. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. So you two also need to speak. Maybe your job title didn't set, but hey, you're also in that whole play area. Fantastic, thank you. Listen, thank you so much. If there's anybody, I would love to stay and talk to all of you, but if you have any questions, you know where these good people are. Who was captivated by the traffic light system? All I could think about, of course, was Titanic, because we've had the anniversary and we've had all sorts of other things, but I found that captivating. Who was captivated by the first presentation? Who was captivated by the second presentation and would like to do some recycling under the sea? I love that idea. And who, well, you asked the question yourself of the audience, who was captivated by that? Okay, wonderful, thank you so much. Brilliant to have you here right at the end to just lift things before we go into the final stretch. Thank you, good luck, and how brilliant are you? Warm applause. All right, just before I ask my last speaker to join us, I missed, if I'm not too late, I do think it's important, the word cloud, about your vision for the EU DTO, I didn't run it. It might be a nice one to run. Is it possible to bring that up without making you very upset in the technical? There we go. Are you able to just input into that, good people? Your vision, I think that's important. We heard the visions of our speakers. I'm sure you yourselves have a vision. It can be a feeling, it can be something much more technological. It can be something much more related to what we heard from our social scientist. Okay, you got the word user. Wilco's not going to be happy with that one. Okay, user required. Coastal cloud. The governance structure, the community work. We let it build a little bit open. Innovation for good. The interoperability. We'll just let that build for just a moment longer, and then I will be inviting John Bell to come and close. I like that. Relatable and intuitive. Real-time, fun and games. Was that Igor who put fun and games? Yeah? No, it wasn't, but somebody picked up from you, right? That's a good thing. You had an impact. Very good. Avoid vessel strikes. Keep going and scale up. So lots and lots and lots there. I hope the Commission curates that. I think you will, because you're keeping the questions. All right, thank you to everybody thus far. I'm going to stay here and listen to you, John, if I may. So could you give a warm welcome to our last speaker of the day. He is, of course, the Director of Healthy Planet at DG Research and Innovation, John Bell. A warm round of applause. Thank you.
So where I come from, what they call something that comes between an Irishman and free drink is rehab, actually. But so we will get you there. Don't worry too much. Like, this has been quite a dark week in Europe, but what an enlightening day. What a remarkable and very significant day. And I think our colleague from social sciences, the significance of what has started here today is not to be understood in the confines of this room. We know, everybody here knows our futures, we uniquely know that our futures are determined in the ocean, because of the ocean, what happens to the ocean. And we know that our civilizational knowledge needs to build public confidence and hope in the future. We've seen this in the elections. We see it with younger generations. And we need to transform the deep, dark abyss of the future, the threatening ocean, into an enlightening map of how our ocean is our great life support system and the site of hope in our future. With the launch of this DTO, we're not just turning on a switch on an interesting digital project, a technological breakthrough, not even that it's a beacon of hope for our ocean or ourselves. We're turning the lights on in the ocean. We're turning the lights on the future. We're turning the lights on as to how our civilization can understand its dilemma, how we can work with our ecosystems, with our resources, with our planet, to turn anxiety into a practical way forward. It's a big day for the planet and for the ocean. It's a strange thing. I was sitting there listening to all of the different dimensions. You can already see this is becoming a much bigger journey than a piece of technology or a great piece of cooperation. What we're looking at here actually is a space and time machine. It's an opportunity to actually look at what knowledge is giving us, to work out what is happening, what needs to happen, what we need to do about it. It is actually part of providing democracy and public decision-making with the means to rescue and transform itself. As I said before, the difference between optimism and hope is a good plan, but a space and time machine is quite a good thing to have with you when you're trying to work your way through from the darkness of the abyss of the oceans to where we need to be in a few years' time. There's a lot of things we can say. We can talk about, data is the currency of the new blue economy. We can talk about all of the things that I've mentioned today. I mean, it is a remarkable achievement to those of you who are involved here and online in less than 2 years to move something from an idea that we've been supporting. I remember the Green Deal calls and projects we started off, which, by the way, were triggered by young people, indigenous people in the Arctic saying, can you move more quickly, please? Into what is already a prototype. This is remarkable. We can move mountains together in Europe. We will not answer the problems that we have working on our own. And that is the best answer to the questions that are being asked by people across Europe in elections this week. It's also the fact that there's a common vision, there's a common effort, there's a scientific method, there's a confluence of different disciplines, communities, countries, and it is this combination of science, technology, people, policymakers, global cooperation, and ambition that becomes something that means that resilience stops being a word and starts being a possibility. These are the tools of a resilient future that we need. So what do we do next? Well, this is the next phase, the easy stuff. Going from the prototype, as we know, to the reality is sometimes the most difficult phase. But the confidence that you can give to policymakers, to funders, to the European institutions, to the member states, to society, to other people who are out there, the foundations and that who are looking at this, is critical. We need to look at what the destination should be in terms of not simply the word, I noticed the word users and begin users and all the rest was there, but actually what this is for, who this is for, how are we to have what is fit for purpose for the world that we're living in, is not a question of funding a project here and a project there. This is not simply a science project or a digital project. This is a part of the public infrastructure transition, and we need to set out a vision together showing what we can do and what we need to turn this from a project into part of how we make decisions and part of how we live as a society in Europe. And the Commission will work with you to do that. I want to thank all of our colleagues in the DTO who've been putting this in place. You see, even the Commission, we're working together. Our colleagues who worked on this, Zoe Nicolo in particular, I want to thank you and our colleagues in the different services. Our colleagues have been on, I think, earlier on from Connect and DEFIS. There's a common effort here. There's a real willingness to work together to make this happen, and we're at a critical moment to do that. There have been a number of important questions, and we're listening. There are big issues around governance, access, sustainability, integration, and the ownership from the beginning of society in taking something which is not simply a technology, but something which is really about how we make decisions and make choices in the north and in the south. So there's a lot that we need to do. So I will try and stop now by thanking people. Of course, I have to thank the Belgian presidency of the Council for making this an important event under the semester. IMODNet, this great initiative through the Flanders Marine Institute, hartelijk bedankt, who offered the venue and the cocktail yesterday, Seascape Belgium, the Copernicus Marine, and Mercator Ocean, of course, for all your work for the forum, but also for this ambition and this energy and this commitment. You know, Europe, it's about changing the context. That's what this whole thing is really about. And what we've seen here is something that shows knowledge transforming optimism into hope and giving us the means to take our ocean and turn it from an abyss into our home and our main life support system for the future. So enjoy your drink. You've deserved it. Onwards.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Just a last poll. Don't leave the room, please. Just a last poll. There are a couple of other people to thank. So, thank you very much, John Bell. Can we do a last poll? I leave our event. What resonates the most with you? New information, new collaborator, a better understanding of what the EU DTO offers and will deliver, stuffed with new information, or are you feeling quite rocking and rolling and inspired? What would you say is what you most feel? Okay. We will let that settle. I think if that's what 84% of the room have come up with, that's a good top 2. You happy with that, Zoe? Yes, okay. So just one last minute from me, because it's important to close off with some thanks. Firstly, thank you. These events around oceans, they're always a great, great privilege for me to do. All events are stuffed with content. These ones are particularly stuffed with content. Why? Because there's fabulous people who come and speak, and this has been no exception. So for all of you, drawn from all your different quarters, with all of your different brilliance, really, huge thank you. It's a great, great privilege for a moderator, and, you know, I can see why we are calling this a game changer, and there are so many fabulous people to make sure that that journey onwards, and we've heard some important things, will be a positive one, and that the EU DTO will deliver, okay? So not a minor achievement. One of my favorite, of course, quotes is the one with George Bernard Shaw. The single biggest problem in communication is the illusion that it has taken place. So, you know, there are a lot of people to collaborate and coordinate with, but it's worth thinking about that. And of course, who was it? I used this quote a couple of days ago, Thomas Edison. Vision without implementation is delusion. So that's another good one to take away. Can I please just say warm thanks to the Commission. We heard there from John Bell. There's a lot of different directorates general who've been behind this. So huge thanks, of course, to the Flanders Marine Institute. Honestly, an absolute pleasure to meet you, Pierre, to Mercator Ocean International. What a frickin' endeavor. I mean, before you move on with everything that needs to be done, need to stop and do a lot of this, I think, to you and your colleagues, all been busy collaborating under this Belgian presidency. Thank you so much to Zoe and Nicola in particular, because I couldn't have done this job without all of their input, absolutely critical from the Commission side. Thanks to our wonderful speakers. Thanks to all of those people in the box, VO Europe and our technicians. Can't do this without you. Warm thanks for you. And of course, big thanks to the audience for staying the course. They're demanding. So for all of you that are still online, we appreciate you having the energy to stay with us right until the very end. So, hey, you deserve a drink, right? Yes, you do. All right. Go and enjoy, and a safe trip home. Fly, be free, or swim home. Thank you very much.